Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Damien Holme here. That's it. I was like, yeah, and who am I? Damien Holme, variety streamer, professional disruptor. What does that mean? Watch my streams and find out how we disrupt. Hello, it's good to see you. Some of you have been doing your homework since the last stream. The last stream, first of all, was a weird one. Thank you for those that actually watched it. We did research on a strange conspiracy theory I've held for a long time, and my intent during the stream was to show through careful practices that maybe part of my theory was actually true, and then I absolutely debunked my own self. It's a Troa. You get double intros. There they are. Great to see you. I had a lot of fun editing our little thank you to you. I stayed up a little later than I ought to have because I'm still learning how to be a great editor. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Tonight, we are going to be going back into the world of Myst. Hello, someone. Dude, you have a cool screen name. I didn't know you could just take that word and make it your own screen name. I have been playing through the Myst series since the beginning of 2024. I've literally never played a Myst game before in my life. And I think we're coming to the later Myst games. These ones are probably not as well known. And the one that we're playing right now is a multiplayer online. It's like if Myst looked at enough MMORPGs and were like, wow, what if Myst was an MMO? And instead of giving you stats and armor and leveling up and dungeons to go to and regular updates to content, they gave you, I don't know, 7 different worlds or, books that you can go. Ages, that's the Myst term, right? 7 ages. And then stopped because they realized that maybe their audience and the MMO audience don't really relate to one another. So we're playing that one. It's called Uru. And Oz, who I'm playing this with, there's literally only the 2 of us on the server at any time. We see evidence in there are logs that you can sort of look at in the main hub city that let you know that other people have been logging in. Some people log in every day. Not sure why. So they're there. But when we stream this, it's literally just Oz and myself in an empty world that was designed for multiplayer for whatever reason. So it's kind of like this weird empty necropolis idea, this feeling like these places were made for mass socialization and they are not being used that way. And we've finished 1 age. We have 3 more out of the vanilla game to do, and then there's the extra games. So that's where we're at right now. And then after this, I'll be playing Myst 5. I believe Myst 5 is the last Myst. However, Cyan Games has also made other puzzle games as well. I may play those in this franchise and add them to the Myst playlist. If you've been watching me on YouTube, or if you haven't, all of the Myst games are on youtube.com/Damien Holme. You just need to go to the playlists tab. You can see the Myst franchise there. You can watch somebody play these old puzzle games in 2024 and 2025 for the first time in my life. We're doing that. Yes. So that's what's happening this evening. So would only 1,000 of 10,000 hug you? I always wondered about this song lyric. Do you know the song that the stream title is referencing? This means that there's got to be 90% of these bugs are ambivalent to you, I think. Or would the 10,000 form a human-like being and give you one big hug? Actually, I like this fan theory. I'm going to go with that. So it's not that 90% of them is like, whatever. It's that if you want some real nice hug, then you only need 1/10 of a swarm of lightning bugs. Uh, I think they just picked words that sounded good because it seems like. Have you ever listened to a song and you realized these songwriters are not actually telling a story? They are literally just kind of weaving words together, and they sound really fun. There's a song, I forget what the title is. Bruce Springsteen wrote it, and he sold it to God. I can't even remember the name of the band he sold it to. But there's a refrain: "Blinded by the light, revved up like a deuce in the middle of the night." And some people misheard the lyric, and I think it was like a '70s song, and thought that they said douche, or maybe they just thought it was funny to say it that way. And you listen to the lyrics, and it's really weird. Like the lyrics just go really. They don't explain anything. It turns out Bruce Springsteen just had like a rhyme book, and he was just flipping through the pages, looking for back to back rhyme words that were different than what you'd see in most songs, and just pulling out crazy verses out of the top of his head to try to like create anything different. It's just like writing songwriters ennui, I think is what it was. Funny. Stuart, hi, someone is late. Who's late? I'm not late. I hit start stream on Twitch on time, and then all my other streams have to wait until the Twitch ads are done. That's my new workflow. Oh, or are you saying you're late? You did enjoy the video? Awesome. I do feel like there's an MMO graveyard. I wonder if we went to other older MMOs, how empty they would feel. Some MMOs that have been around for a very long time, World of Warcraft, obviously, EverQuest 1, obviously, what they do is they close down servers when they need to make it feel like there's more people in the community. But if you look at the total server list, obviously they used to be the greats of their time, and that, as you dwindle, you consolidate to try to make things feel more lively. But there's some MMOs that even if you did that, you'd still be playing in a mostly empty server, or in the case of Mist Uru, not quite an MMO. We are alone. It's just Oz and me. Crazy. Empty world designed for multiplayer. I love that they unintentionally captured the feel of Mist's world like that. Aren't the other Mist games so much like that? I think, Jim, you're onto something. You've got this world building that feels like you should meet like the villagers in Riven's little pods town, or just other humans, other creatures. Mist 1 had all the different ages and actually people in them. I think it was like the one that you were up against some like rocky, jutty cliffs in the middle of the ocean. There were like three boys who grew up there, and they carved out a life for themselves. You never see them. You just read about them in the books. So you get this feeling like there's livelihood. Channelwood's supposed to have a tribe that lives there, but you never see anyone. So everything in Mist feels like a necropolis. The abandoned relics of people who would have actually been there. Oh yeah, I even missed 4 when you go to see Atris and not Atris, Aknar and Sirius's prisons. You never see them. You just see the place they used to inhabit. That hug gonna kill you. Breathing would be gross. That's a lot of flying bugs. I'm not gonna lie. Should we go peek in on Oz and see how she's doing? See if she's ready to join us in Mist Uru. Because without her, the server's literally just me. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hi there.
Do I want to get to the rest of my shrimp fra Diablo?
Oh, do you? It's delicious. I like the idea of you enjoying the shrimps. However, I
Crabs.
also feel like it is it's an acidic food for me, and if I eat that at the end of my day, when I lie down, I feel it.
Yeah, but see, I process through food much faster than you do,
True. True, true, true.
and I'm gonna
Um
be up another 3 hours.
yeah. I mean, if you want to chew on some tramps right now, I could think of worse ways to live your life. It
I
is.
mean, it's better than filling my stomach with chips.
I would probably rather not do the chip filling. Between the two, I'd vote for the Fra Diablo. Yeah.
All right.
Also, did I don't know if you're in Uru, but I've discovered something else just on the hub island,
Uh huh.
and that is there's this weird. It looks like a well from far away, but you get up close to it, and it's not deep. It's just a ring of rocks sitting on the ground. But there's a weird floating, spinning rock above it. Just
Interesting.
one, and it makes me feel like as we finish each of the vanilla ages, this will turn into a spinning ring.
Circle of rocks.
Yeah, a donut of rocks.
Rock donut.
Yep,
A Goron's favorite snack.
sure. Or a policeman's favorite band.
Wow.
I don't know. These are the jokes, kids. You can't jump onto the ring either.
Interesting.
It's an invisible wall when you try to get up on
Oh.
it.
So once again, they have no jump and they have no they're not only Donald ducking it, but they can't leap.
I mean, there are things I can leap on, just not this one thing.
Hmm.
But yes, Mist Man likes to Donald Duck it. Okay, I will go to the age that we were in. Where are you as far as getting into Uru?
I can log out from this right now.
Okay. The age we were in was the Red Book, is that right?
I believe so.
I'm a Yep, oh yeah. That's the one. For sure.
Faux show.
I said for sure.
Yeah, she was a hoe.
What?
Faux show.
Oh. Oh, where did I kind of forgot where you end up with this. I think maybe this wasn't the way I wanted to click in. Nope. Oh, that was bad. I touched the lava.
Don't do that.
It was the first thing, the only thing I could do.
That's not a good thing.
That's not true. It's not the only thing I could do.
I know.
I'm going to try it again.
I know. You lied to us.
Yes. I'm perpetually lying to.
Oh, I know. I know. Not only us, but yourself.
Oh, that's if you run and jump.
I'm
You-
going with sour gummy worms because I'm too tired to eat refills. No. No.
Hmm?
Hey, Giggle Nuggets, aka Sass. Get up. Go get your food. Instead of eating gummy worms, which you're going to regret later. This is not going to feel like you're actually full. You're just going to feel crazy sugar. And then you're going to still be hungry.
True.
Go do it. I'm going to mom you right now. Go do it. I'll be back with my food.
All right. I'm learning. I'm buying Oz time, but I'm also working on trying to get into this age. Not right at the start. This using this tapestry actually does not save me very much time, but there we go. There. No, no, no. Why does he like do a bounce off the edge of the cliff? Well, into the fire. You know, I made this jump, I think the first time I was in this world. I made this jump, no problem. And now I'm just taking offense that the game should kill me over and over. It keeps sending me back to spawn. So now I'm just going to try to find the right angle to make this happen. Don't. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back.
So, do you remember what we talked about as far as what needs to happen to get those fireflies across the water?
We need to put furniture down into the water and walk across the furniture. The furniture actually stayed in place, as a matter of fact. I can see the thing, the one piece that's sitting there. And then we need a second piece of furniture to be able to... No.
Nope.
No, I don't remember.
Are you in? You're in Edergira, right?
Yeah. I don't remember the name of the place I'm in.
Okay, I'll find out in a second.
Okay. Do I need...
Yep.
Am I ready? Do I send you an invite?
Nope, you don't need to. I already have one. A standing invite.
That's weird. I'm going to go grab some fireflies.
You don't have to invite me every time.
Oh.
You have invited me to join the world at any point.
Oh. Wow. Why did I do that?
I don't know. You made poor choices.
Yeah, it seems like bad logic on my part. I'm going to try to lick one of these manta rays. Because they look like...
That sounds also like a bad choice on your part.
They look like they would send me on a really cool trip. They're glowing and they look dangerous and like the perfect thing to help me better enjoy Mist if I lick their back. He's not really letting me lick him.
Silo said that checks out.
All right. I'm going to grab some fireflies. What is the thing that we were supposed to do to get past the waterfall? The tiny waterfall.
So.
Oh, you have one jump, right?
You have one jump that you are able to do. So you need to get across this, and then I need to move this thing over to the other side.
Yeah.
And you're going to aim your jump at this again, and then you should be able to walk from this onto the land. Because this over here is way too big of a jump.
This you cannot just walk on the furniture. You need to jump there.
Because, oh, you know what? I didn't hear water.
Okay.
So you cannot run. You can only walk and then jump.
So you get one jump.
You get one free jump. You lose half of the fireflies, but you really got to time it.
But then what about crossing that waterfall up above? Or do you not need to jump over that waterfall?
So we need to do this technically twice.
Oh.
Because you're right. There is another piece of furniture, but we need to get the fireflies over to the other side under the waterfall first to find the side path to find the second piece of furniture.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to go to where the fireflies live and see what I can find.
Sounds good.
Oz, how is your night going?
Pretty good. Got a couple quests done for my blacksmith, catching up on class quests. I just finished the level 63 class quest, and I'm 82.
Hey.
Hey, you know what? Better late than never.
Better late than never. All right, little guys. Where are you? They're always in the same place.
Yep.
And you walk up. Have they accepted me yet? They have not.
If you push F1, you can tell.
What? Oh. I
Because they're still
think
around
so.
you.
I need to actually be further away from them to tell. Okay, looks like I have them. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. We're on a timer. Cannot run. I'm mashing forward as slow as I can. Give me 1,000 hugs, you little tiny glowing sluts.
So, like I said, you should be able to walk across the piece of furniture that's over there.
Yeah.
And then you have one walking jump. Do
One.
not touch the water.
And don't run
Do not
while you
run.
jump. It's not a sprint jump.
No.
Okay.
Because running will make you lose them completely.
Yeah. I'm touching the book. Hopefully they come with me this time. Hey, little... There they are. Okay. Ooh. There's like a small delay. Where I was like,
Yeah.
oh... But then they loaded right in. All right. We have them. We are across. I am standing by at the edge. We don't move the furniture. I just try to hug the wall.
So, walk, jumps. Don't hug the wall.
Oh.
Just walk, jump.
Walk, jump across.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. I have fireflies on me.
Yes. Okay, let's go.
Okay. It's they're on me. Oh boy. We're going this way?
Keep going. Yes, just keep going.
Okay.
Don't stop.
Okay. I'm oh my. Okay. Oh boy.
Wait, this way, turn
Stop.
around.
So what? Turn which way?
Wait, hold on.
Okay. I see. Oh, what's that? Oh. How'd you do that?
I saw it.
How did you see that?
Because the fireflies.
I can't hardly see anything. It is so dark on my screen.
Don't
Back
follow
of water. I will not follow you. We'll hang on to my little firefly buddies as long as I can. So I can see in the dark. My own little...
Ha ha ha.
You found another piece of furniture?
We found two.
Oh! Look at us go. Shall I go back and try to find the other path up? Maybe I can use this one firefly swarm if we're speedy enough about it.
See if there's any other pathways, like if there's any other divergences.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking around. This is the way up the edge of the cliff, so I recognize that. I'm just doing Minotaur Labyrinth rules right now. And if I hug
I
this
see you.
wall... that just leads me back to there. Hi.
Hi.
Did you get all the furniture in place?
I did not get it in place.
Okay.
I wanted to meet up with you.
Okay. Yeah, there's really just the two paths, the one that you opened and then the one up this cliff. Which
Hey,
is...
look.
Hey, huh? Look what?
Come back.
Okay. I will come back again. These fireflies are lasting a long time this time. I thought they'd disappear. Oh, it's bright. Why is it bright in here? Wow, I see everything. That's the way down. And that's the way. Nice. Did you stick some fireflies in there?
Nope, I just pushed a button
Oh.
on top.
Steamy. Okay. I will try to cross the gangplank. Not gangplank. The small cliff up here.
Mm-hmm.
The fireflies are still just chilling with me. Do we already have a piece of furniture? In the we do not. If I jump
yet.
out, lose them all. Huh? Should I
You're
just
gonna lose them all anyway.
try to walk? Or jump?
Just try 'em.
Jump?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. I lost them all.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Then, but there's
You
another
have to go get them again.
darkness over here.
You
What-
have to go get them again.
I have to get them again?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I can't do it.
You can't get the fireflies in my world?
No.
Oh,
I can't
Rude.
go between books like that.
rude. Why are these fireflies so racist?
No, they're sexist.
Okay.
Big difference.
Oh, got it. We're the same, we come from the same ethnic background in this game.
I mean, I don't know how related I am to you. You're kind of a monster.
I'm kind of a monster. It's true. That is, I will support your claim. Man, these, I don't know. These graphics do not look 2007. It really looks like somebody developed this game many years before. I was just like, yeah. This is good enough. We're not going to do any updates to the game engine whatsoever.
All right, I hope that will hold.
Okay. I have been adorned.
I see that. I want to be adorned.
Has the heat of the Fra Diablo increased in intensity?
No, I feel like it's more mild.
Oh, no.
Car Epilogue 1. 3 of my 4 bolts on my pulley wheel came out. Glad I didn't lose the last one. I'm glad that you didn't lose the last one too.
Touching a book. Do I have the glowies? Here they are. Wait, glowies? Glowies? Do you see glowies on me? Wait, where are
No,
you?
I
They
do not.
they just decided nah.
Decided to fuck off. You and I are in different instances again.
Really? Do I need to do I need to quit the game?
No.
Okay. What do I need to do to fix? Should I go to the age and try this again?
Leave this age and come back again.
Leave this age and come back. Okay.
Worst case, no AC and no alternator. Fine for a short trip. A battery would be dead pretty quick otherwise. Yeah.
All right. I've left the age. Let's come
The
back.
baskets should stay right where they were supposed to be.
I think so. Because when I came in, it seemed like we had lost no progress from the last stream.
Yeah.
Okay, we are here. You. Oh, bumped into a pole. Wait for it. Legend. for it. Dairy.
Wow.
It was a good show.
It was a good show until the last season when they tried to wrap it up, and then it was garbage.
Yeah. It was like, let's give everybody a satisfying ending. And then they did not.
I'll eat something other than sour gummy worms.
Very good.
I forgot dinner also, Sass. Oh no, Silvos, go feed yourself.
Oof. Big oof. Touch me.
You deserve to be
Touch
taken
me.
care of. By yourself.
Do I have them? I have them.
I type things out, wait 20 minutes, and then remember, oh, I was supposed to hit enter. I do that too. I hate it. Oh, I do that.
It would be nice if every app remembered the draft that you signed. Not signed, but you know, you fill in the text, and no matter where you are, you'd be like, "Oh, look, that was the message that I had all typed up."
Mm-hmm.
Whether you started on your phone or on your computer or whatever.
Yeah, I wish Discord would remember.
Yeah, Discord is like a per device remembering. So if you do it on your computer, your phone won't know.
And it's not even per device. It's per way that you try to because if you do it in a in your pull down menu and just like you're like, oh, I can respond to this.
Yeah. This isn't
But
happening.
then you switch to the. What the fuck?
It's not happening. They show up when I first come into the age, and then all I do is walk off of the place where I just spawned in, and they disappear. They don't stay on me.
Try restarting.
Restarting the game.
Yeah.
Okay. We will do that. Self-care, you say? Why, sure. I'll gladly take a small break from the game. Boy, we've been playing so hard.
Buggy game is best game.
Is it? Is it though? Let me give you a...
That's why all my games are buggy. Okay, no, but a buggy kale game is best game.
Rod, hello, hello. How are we doing?
Vegeta.
How is your weekend so far? Cyan Worlds. Crafting's kicking my ass. What are you trying to accomplish right now? For those of you not in the know, I believe we're talking about Final Fantasy XIV and not real IRL crafting.
Oh, Crafters to 100. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm trying I'm getting there very slowly as well.
Wouldn't you believe, because I would, that eventually a Society Quest hub will appear that lets you do crafting as their whatever their means of gaining reputation, because that's what I'm kind of banking on right now. Whoops. Right now I'm just sort of doing my
Why did you jump into the abyss?
I was stuck on stuff. Giggle Nuggets Heavy Tech. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate your face. Welcome to my family of fledglings. Poor of a choice as you may have just made. You're welcome here. It's the
We
next
already know
society
Giggle
quest.
Nuggets.
Sorry, what?
We already know Giggle Nuggets.
I know you know Giggle Nuggets, but I don't have the pleasure of having them fledgling up.
Guess what? 7.2 is next Tuesday, and there's a new Beast Tribe.
Excellent. It's the next society quest.
Excellent.
Good. Because right now, all I've been doing is just the custom deliveries, and I'm not focused on anything else because I knew, or I had a hunch anyway, that we would be seeing a crafting society quest. It's just how it's been, and we know Squeenix is a small indie developer that
Squeenix.
yeah, that they've only got so many resources. So right now, every expansion, they'll basically do exactly what the last expansion did. And there's several expansions in on giving us a crafting society quest. So I'm not stressing it. I'll get to 100 on them pretty quickly using those. That's my favorite way to level, honestly.
Honestly.
Like, there's the firmament, there's the custom deliveries, there's all the different collectibles and everything. There's so many different ways you can level up a crafter. You could actually just craft, but I like to do it. Yeah.
Squeenix, like Kleenex, is how I choose to mock their name, says Armand.
There's honestly a great video. I almost want to, next Wednesday on Discourse, do a reaction to the video where a wonderful content creator has really explained the problem with the last few Final Fantasy expansions. But I also think that there's one person who has made a social media post from Squeenix to address, like, yes, we do understand what we've done, and we realize it's kind of a problem, an issue. All right, Fireflies, you're gonna come with me. You're gonna do this. We're gonna teleport together. Please teleport together. I've been doing collectibles, custom deliveries. Went through 100 crafting leaves. Ugh.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not a leaves person.
Are they still there?
No.
Yes, they're still there.
No.
They're not?
They're only there when I stand on the wood
Do
platform.
you keep walking over that vent?
Vent? No. I'm not walking on any vents. I just walk off the wood and they disappear. Should I wait? Maybe?
Maybe give it a second for them to settle on your body.
Yeah, maybe just the develop or the transition of zoning. My character model
Like
is
it says you're moving too fast or something.
right. Like the server hasn't caught up with the client, and my client's like, I'm over here now, and the server's like, well, you ran to get there.
Whoa. Yeah.
Something like that. Could be. I'll wait. GiggleNut says this is my second channel specific for doing horrifying things to objects roughly considered computers. I'm so confused.
He plans on torturing mechanical beings.
I mean, I'm for it, but Sass, why do you need another
It's behind you.
account to do that?
There you go.
Thank you. Make sure I got it. Oh, yeah. I'm covered in them. They're touching me. Some are polite, and some are pushing the limits. But I don't say no.
Are they entering the danger zone?
They are touching my nethers.
Oh my.
Nether flies.
And somebody once told me.
Oh, rip that guy. I forget his name.
Rip that dude.
The years actually did stop coming.
Yeah, they did. That's what happens when you don't take care of your body, unfortunately.
Oh, really? Was it like a personal health abandonment situation?
To my understanding, he had a really bad I think it was a drug problem
Oh
or
no.
like drugs and alcohol problem.
It seems like if you do music like Nirvana or Alice in Chains or whatever, you have music that's like oh, you know what? When I poured in right in front of this
Oh,
vent.
so you are walking over the vent.
No. I'm not walking at all. I didn't move, and I'm glowing, but I don't have the icon. So if I look around me in the world, I have a glow. I'm gonna try to just go forward with it. Okay?
Okay.
Because I'm affecting my environment as though I was
I see them floating, but I don't see you.
okay. Well,
That's
yeah,
glitchy as fuck.
I'm emitting a light on my screen, but I see no. Oh wow, they're both here. Okay. Oh, I made it. Cool. So I have one more jump now.
Yep.
I'm gonna go through into the darkness.
I'm gonna follow just random fireflies.
Yeah. With no me
person.
loaded, no person loaded. And me, I have no fireflies loaded, but my own body seems to be exuding a green thingy.
This is awful.
So what sort of channel-specific horrifying things are you looking to do? Okay, I'm going to do the jump. I did the jump, and I still glow. We're going to enter a new darkness. I'm going to Minotaur's puzzle this and hug the right again. Oh, my. It's so hard to see. There's a tapestry in here. I'm going to touch it. I see you right next to me, too. Do you see the glow?
I see
of the tapestry?
Fireflies. I see the glow of the tapestry.
You do see the tapestry glowing.
I do see the tapestry glowing out of nowhere because nobody touched it.
Nobody touched it. There's no D.
Can you?
I'm trying to give you space while also give you light. Can you interact? You're right in front of it.
I can't interact with it.
Give it a sec, because sometimes it has a refractory period. Go straight forward. Yep, you're facing right at it.
I know. I'm looking at it in my game.
Oh, okay.
I can't touch it.
Oh, what the heck?
You know what? I'm gonna close the game and I'm gonna restart the game.
Okay. I am going to look for things to interact with. I think I see another light source in here.
Push that thing. Yeah.
Push the thing. There's light. Aziz. Yeah, there's light in here now. And it honestly looks like it's a dead end in here.
All right.
So we went through quite the struggle to light up one very small dead end room. Okay. That's fine. Oh, I have a dono goal. I need to put that back up. Wait, where's my logo? I turned that off. Why? Why would I do that?
Why would you do that?
Why would I do that? Also, you are now in the wrong spot. That's better. So the reason is because this channel isn't going to see affiliate again, but the other one might if things go well. Won't see affiliate again? Why is that? Yeah. Sorry, I'm every time you answer a question, you raise another question, and I'm a very curious person by nature. So I'm just going to ask, and you can choose to keep answering my questions or nah. Okay. So it's lit, fam, and it's literally just one tiny room. No No secrets to speak of. Just another tapestry. And I feel like we've hit a dead end in the age. While you are looking to come back here and get your tapestry advancement, I'm going to take a quick bio break. So it's going to be up to you to entertain the stream, okay?
Gross.
I believe in you. I do.
You shouldn't. You
I
shouldn't.
I have full faith,
Wow, that's putting a lot of pressure on me right now.
full faith that you're a pure entertainer, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gonna figure out where the fuck we need to go now. Because this is a dead end. So what I'm gonna try to do is I am going to see if we need to maybe go in here. Nope, that is not where we go. Okay, good to know. I just realized why everything is quiet. Because I had turned down my headphones yesterday because my daughter was playing my game. Well, she was playing her games on my computer. Alright.
I have returned.
Gross.
What?
Heck, go away. Nobody wants you.
Oh. Okay, bye. Sass says, I offboarded. Offboarded. I didn't know that that was a word. Because of personal reasons and don't want to go through the process of requesting it again. Oh, okay. With this account, it's a simple process since it's a shared email/phone number. I just earn affiliate again. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I still have fireflies on me.
That's crazy.
Can we use them for another? I see you.
Nope.
Can you see me up on the cliffside, by the way?
I can.
Silvos! Sounds like a journey. Count me in. Yeah, if we can help you get affiliate, let us know. You can't see my body. You can only see the fireflies, right? Or you restarted, so maybe you can see.
I see everything.
You see, yeah, my whole body. I can't even see my own fireflies. Okay, so we did that whole puzzle
For the one tapestry.
for the one tapestry. So we are, what, 2 tapestries deep now?
No,
3? 3?
like 3 or 4.
Okay. All right.
So I tried going down this pit, or like where the water falls over here with the shiny dude, and that is not the way.
Okay.
But I needed to figure it out.
Yeah, sure.
Experiment.
Experiment.
Double mint gum.
I don't know why I'm trying to hold on to the fireflies. I don't know what else I would use them for. But you never know.
You never know.
You never know. Well, you may sometimes know.
Okay, so that down there we've already done.
We've already been here. We've been to this other age. There really isn't any other paths besides the one that we just chose. The sky is mooning us twice.
Gross.
I know, right? Rude.
How inappropriate.
Totes inappropriate.
Perhaps this is another age where we have to come back to it at some point. Or
Okay.
Another age.
Do you want to go to the next age on the list then?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to open up my... Is it Rialto? 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 Where's Rialto? Is that a place in California? I'm going to go back to the... Yeah. Hub Island. Yeah, hoping I get all the loose ends tied up quickly enough to start streaming. I forgot how many little things there are. How many little things are there? 5 books. I thought there were only 4 on this part. Was it
So the book that you just opened,
Yeah.
with the fireflies is that last book.
The green book is the like sub age
Yeah.
to the one we were. Oh, I see. So we need the purple age next.
No, we've already done the purple age, I think.
Oh, we have
We
yellow
need the orange. Yeah.
or orange. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm going in. Well, sass/giggle. I don't know what to call you right now. If you need a hand wrapping up the little bits to get you started, let us know. We're happy to expedite the process as best as we can. Oh, this is kind of nice. I like the blue lights outside. An otherwise kind of browny yellow world. Hello? What's this? Oh, I need to create an invite for you. I cannot open that. Oh, I'm too weak. Or something. I will open my key. I will go to the person. I will click on you. And I will invite you to, I'm in
You know what?
Teledon. Huh?
Go back to Relto.
Relto. Okay.
We are missing something.
Are
We should
we?
be able to have all the pages.
Pages? We're gathering pages.
I mean the pages, but the tapestries. We should have all of them for this age.
Oh, okay. Should I go back to the red book?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, not the red book.
The green book?
Yeah, let's check in there.
Sure.
I feel like we didn't like speed through it, but I don't feel like we completed it.
Oh. I feel
I
like
don't
I feel like because there's I forget whatever reason, but you had to go AFK for a while, and I just like stared at this age intensively or extensively. So
Did you find a Relto page there?
Page? I don't know. I've never found a page in this game, have I?
Yes, you have.
Have I? Oh,
Hello.
hello. I love your midriff.
Thank you. It's very, very 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Especially my lowrider pants.
Mm-hmm. And your belly button's in kind of like a alarming place for some reason.
Yeah.
Like
does
it
that.
looks slightly off. Yeah, we looked at the art up here. We visited this area. We scoped out the trees and these plants. And there's this little gazebo. We hung out in here. I think it was raining at the time.
I found a tapestry.
What? What the heck? Giggle Sass is what I'm going to call you right now. Says setting up the channel customization and panels and links and doing an entire new layout and sources and scenes in OBS because it's because it's a different profile with a different vibe. Also, the amount of mental energy that went into just trying to think of what to call it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't concern yourself with trying to memorize jargon because every new broadcasting software and new platform is going to come up with brand new ways to confuse you. They don't want to use the same verbiage
They want to be special.
as their predecessors. This is one thing I complained about with Final Fantasy XIV when we first joined. It was like, okay, they literally will not say, like daily quests and guilds and like the stuff that every other MMO says. They have to come up with their own words for everything, and it's annoying. So I wouldn't worry about that part. And as far as branding, I have my own take on how you brand as a streamer. I've watched a lot of the small streamers and I've watched a lot of the big streamers. The big streamers do almost nothing. It's really exploring and researching showmanship. And it is not how many cool things can you visually apply to make your stream pop for people. It's people watch you for you. See you on the other side of ads. Those of you who cannot skip ads.
By the way, did you get my links?
I did.
Did you look at them at all?
Yes. I agree with your assessment that you'll probably be DMCA'd with the first link.
Like those men and just subscribed. Add
Look up
viewers
there.
not like this.
Likos, hi and welcome. Not like this. I appreciate your face. Get yourself de-adified ASAP. Oh, I didn't see this one. I was here. I hung out in this spot. I looked at all the wall art, and I did not see the tapestry.
It's one of those where it feels so out in the open and so exposed, and yet
It's so obvious, and yet I was in the amphitheater, and if you're really not looking up at the light fixtures, I completely missed the tapestry itself. Likos, that's also 9 months. We have to name our sub baby. Are you in? I feel like if anybody can come up with a good sub baby name, it's going to be you. So I hope we have a good one. Hidden in plain sight is often the hardest to find. Honestly, and I've said this before with so many of the missed games, so I apologize that this is like literally like you can go back to my YouTube playlist and you'll hear me say this a dozen times. I know because I've been watching my old streams. I say this so many times. The Myst series of games is an Easter egg hunt genre. This game is not puzzle, it is hunt. You run around and you look very carefully. It's not Pixel Hunter because it's not like click on the emptiness and hope that you will, touch the appropriate XY coordinates to pass to the next area.
oh,
But it's
wait,
close.
there's something on the ground.
Eh?
So you see the archway, right? On the right side, there's kind of an elevated space, and if you look really carefully, there's something white on the ground.
White? In the archway.
So there's an elevated space on the right in
Yes.
the archway.
Yes, I
There's
see it.
something white on the ground.
I guess I see something in that elevated space, yes. How do you get up to that elevated space?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Okay. Because it looks not possible. There isn't a place where you can get above it and then jump there. From what I can tell. But yeah, this genre of game that many people have called this franchise like the epitome of the puzzle game. The puzzles are so minimal. The lore is great. The puzzles are few, and the Easter egging is vast. This game is closer related to Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64 than it is to Monkey Island or King's Quest, which have puzzles in them. This game, oh, what the heck? This game franchise wants you to hunt until you find things in the world. Oh, hi. I touched, and my Relto book, I presume, now has a thing.
Yes. Yeah.
It has a thing.
Weird animal-looking things in it.
Yeah. Neat.
So it means that things are going to happen on Relto that are new.
Should we... Are we still looking? We're still looking for another touch.
Page.
Yeah. Or tapestry, right?
Yeah.
I tried to get underneath this bridge. And the bridge said no. I fought the bridge and the bridge won. Hi.
So we have one more.
Bro, I'm awful with names. Let's just go to a name book then. Yeah? That's how we named... We didn't name the little off of the name book idea. But when it came to the tiny, oof. Yeah, we needed some extra support. So we went name book style. Oz and I went back and forth, providing names that we loved, that we fell in love with to the other person, and then systematically watch the other person say, nah, 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 over and over, until we finally settled on a good name. Oh, you have the plague.
I do have the plague.
You've been choosing.
I've been choosing.
Honestly, sounds not my kind of game. I'm not a big... So I think everybody, when they're growing up, probably gets addicted to one hunt, the Easter egg hunt game. And there's something about it. Like you see a collection total and you're like, oh, look at that. I have to get 99 of this thing. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be one of the people, one of the gamers that gets all 99. And you get excited. You go looking, scouring around. You start trying to get in the mindset of the developers. You become a psychologist while you're gaming. You're like, where, if I set this level up, how would I get on top of that tree? Would I climb this cliff? Where would I hide stuff? And you really get in it. It gets exciting. And then when you've done one, your second Easter egg game lacks luster.
Yeah. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to go back into the red book.
Okay. Let's go. And your third game and your fourth game, the more Easter egg hunt games you do, the more you realize this is kind of some bullshit, because every dev team now has its own sort of strategy for hiding and moving things around so that they're hard to find, they're hard to see. You wander around the same, small areas, and you're like, oh man, I didn't realize if you just jumped up here and then you smeared your face here, or you turned around, or God, the one thing in Riven, you closed a door. You closed a door that you had to open previously. And then behind the closed door, you see new secrets. It's some bullshit. The more bullshitty the game feels, the more fatigued you get at trying to be this psychologist. You're not developing puzzle solving skills. You're developing the psychology of the game designer skills. You're learning how to read how game designers develop their world to try to create nuance and secrets and hours spent in the game. And that last part, that's antagonistic. The game designer that wants to make you play their game for more hours than they have content for will try to trap you in time traps. Well, this takes you an extra couple hours because we've made it especially occult or secret or abstract. And then when you solve it, you're like, oh my God, that was it? That was the solution? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And the first couple times you do that, you think, I'm smart. I've solved that really abstract puzzle. And then the fifth or sixth time you realize these are people trying to show you how many hours of gameplay their game actually takes, but it doesn't. They've just made the game hard to guess so that you take extra time to figure out what their mindset was. What were they thinking when they developed their world? How would they antagonistically make you sit in their pixelated universe for longer, trying to sort out the very confusing, very abstract and occult world they've built for you? Deliberately, usually, just to make you stay there longer and ponder.
All right.
Yeah.
So, I have a distinct feeling
Yeah.
that where we are missing a tapestry is potentially because we're supposed to use a gust of air up to get to somewhere else.
Okay. So if we close the one that got us into the new area and start exploring. Oh. Excuse. Hi.
Will this one just blast? Did they all just blast off?
This one?
I
Did
think
you
they
just
all
open this?
No, I closed the last one,
Okay.
and they all just blasted back open.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, let's close the one that leads to, yeah.
And this one.
Either DK64 or Sly Cooper. I don't think I've ever heard of Sly Cooper. But like the name had to be perfect, and I'm going to be giggling a lot during I should just list the project ideas. Gotcha. So you're working on stuff that makes you giggle, hence the name Giggle, right? I think with my new model being on the verge of being done, I want to set up a schedule to stream once a week consistently and play it by ear from there. Cool. If you have any need any advice on strategies and scheduling and all that sort of stuff, let me know. I'm tappable. In the past, I've tried to commit to too much time each week, and I'd get burnt out. Burnout?
I feel that.
Yeah, I hear burnout is like a big content creator trap. So if you're not cautious and careful, it's easy to get stuck.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why I've been not rushing to stream lately, because I'm stressing myself out.
Right. You're trying to avoid
getting here.
the burnout.
Yeah. I'm stressing myself out, and the last thing I need to do is get stressed out about something that, like, I'm supposed to be enjoying.
Right.
So,
looks to be an extra area up there, but maybe not. It's hard to see in the dark when it's nighttime here.
Yeah.
Very different world. I don't think we would need any of these, right?
I don't think so. I'm gonna need you to close the lava one.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Yeet. Oh, nope. That's lava. I've touched the lava.
That sounds problematic.
It was. Are you still in my world when I get yeeted
Yes.
from it? Okay, good. Good. Sly Cooper is so good. I've never heard of this. Giggle says an Ecobee thermostat running Linux. Oh? Why? And or Doom 1993. An Xbox 360 playing PlayStation games and a PlayStation 3 playing Xbox games. A backseat DVD player meant to be strapped to the back of a headrest that's usually just an Android tablet with mini HDMI, a USB-A port, and literal DVD player on the back, like hinged. It was $4 at Goodwill. Hard to argue with that. Interesting. Do you feel there's an audience pull for those kind of things? Ugh, slow yeet. Nope, slow yeet doesn't make it either. I fell very short. Well, we're learning the physics of the world. Lico says, I also think I need to have a game I feel really excited to play and refuse to touch it outside of stream. That's hard to do, right? I feel that way about the Mother series. It feels like a series of games I really want to play off stream, but
ID,
yeah.
I found it.
You found it. Do I need to do
I'm
anything?
looking at it. It's up.
I mean, okay. I'm looking plenty up, but I don't see anything.
I'm seeing it on your stream. It's on a little ledge.
What? The tapestry?
It's literally in front of you right now. Okay.
I'm like staring really hard. The Elgato
Look in front of me.
light is so freaking bright. Where are you?
Then turn up.
You're
Then turn
down
up
here.
your gamma.
You can't turn up gamma in game. There's no
but you
setting
can
for it,
look
right?
You can turn up your gamma in your stream,
How?
and then you can look over it. Okay. PC game, right? Or click on whatever it is you do to pull the game into your OBS.
I don't pull the game. Or yeah, I do actually. This one I do.
Right click.
Where? Hang on. Yes. Right click.
Filters.
Filters. Effect filters.
In effect filters, we're gonna add a color correction,
Okay.
and you're gonna increase or decrease the gamma.
Decrease. Increase.
Increase.
I want to make this like daytime, but I'll bring it up a bit. Okay, it's significantly brighter in stream than it is on
That's
my
fine.
screen.
You know what? It makes it easier for your viewers to see. There honestly have been some games where like I want people to actually be able to see what I'm doing in my game.
Sure. Okay, everybody on stream can see this like it's daytime, and on my screen, on my monitor where I'm playing the game, it's like night, like super nighttime.
Okay, now come where I am standing.
Okay.
Look at the little ledge right there underneath those two bell things.
I don't see shit. Under those bell things? What bell things? These
Okay,
two like
look up
weird
slightly.
outcroppings on
So
the
on that outcropping,
Yeah.
That thing. Now look straight down from it.
Straight down.
On that little tiny ledge.
I don't see anything.
Oh my god, D.
This is probably why I'm not good at these games, is because
You can't see
there's like
anything.
there's an actual visual component that they don't. I
Turn
mean,
off your light for a second. Just turn off your light. Your visual, the light that makes people see you in your stream. Don't give me that face.
it's not easy to do on this light. It's different than the Razer one.
The only person allowed to give me sass like that right now is Sass.
Okay, my room is dark now. I'm back to just the bounce lights like back when the Razer died. Okay, so you stood up here. You looked at the weird outcroppings up there, and then you looked down below that.
It's literally on that
Is
ledge. Your cursor is almost
Is
touching
it this right here? I'm trying to like trace like
Yes.
what I see is like.
That is exactly it.
Jeez, how can you see that? Okay, on like in my game, if I get, what's the closest I can get to it? Here, maybe? There's no distinction of color. It's the same color as the pillar. The edges of it are, that's impossible. I would need to stand here and have somebody tell me, look for a portrait-shaped rectangle in the shadows of the pillar in front of you.
That's
and then,
kind of the game in general.
that's not a puzzle game.
You already said this isn't a puzzle game.
I guess, yeah. That's my biggest contention is people told me Myst was a good puzzle series, and I just need to keep reminding myself that they're wrong. It was never a puzzle series. All right, I'm going to turn my light back on. Okay. I have returned. Huh?
Something I need. Can you come down here and help me try something?
Sure. What are we doing?
I need you to close the vent.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. Closed.
There's another vent open that shouldn't be.
Okay. Well, I never closed the
lava one.
the lava one because you pulled me as a resource.
Okay.
And lava. So Likos is saying, I look forward to it each week. Keep streams. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to exit the game and come back in because it's telling me I'm standing on a vent even though I'm not.
Oh, weird. Oh, yeah. I had that happen to me, right?
No, you got stuck on a vent.
No, there was a time where when we first entered the area,
Oh, right.
I was
you're
not
right.
on a vent, but I kept doing the vent animation.
Yeah. Yeah. Now it was my turn.
Yeah. Oof. Oof. I also think I need to have a game I feel really excited to play and refuse to touch it outside of stream, so I look forward to it each week. Keep streams short to around 3 to 4 hours, so I never get bored in any given play session and always want to keep going too. I agree with that, though I also feel like you're one of those streamers that people would watch for you and not your game choices.
Yeah, exactly.
because of your beautiful mind, Lycos. Stuart says Sly Cooper was one of the first resin prints I made. It's a stealth platformer. Oh, okay. Interesting. Sass says there's a lot of Linux touching tech and not a lot of regular normal people who don't do it strictly for money. I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying there's a lot of streaming content you would do that would not be for general monetary purposes? If you're trying to get affiliate and you're trying to get paid, having an extremely niche audience might be to your detriment. Just a cautionary tale. But with the right niche, sometimes you can see success.
Hi, Sniper. Thank you for playing that horrible, horrible piece of music. I appreciate you.
Sniper no snipey. I got
How
it.
are you? All right. Back to that book that takes you to the thing.
Which
Fighting
means
sleep.
hang by the spawn area. I will open up this one, and you close the one that we just used.
I don't need to.
What? Why?
I can't go in that book that way you do.
Oh, we can just use the Relto book for there. Right.
Yep.
Right. I feel that requires
I need the Nexus, but yeah.
correction. And if it involves very affordable hardware that others consider junk, that means it's not just rich people who can have fun. I can see that.
So why are you fighting Sleep Sniper?
Yeah, but I need the game to be interesting for me to stay engaged. I get that. I've played some pretty awful games, and it's harder for me to be involved in the game or to keep going forward. Although me kvetching and other people trying to defend the game can sometimes be its own content.
Yeah.
Like this
But
one.
I will always also tell you, hey, you're making it not fun.
Yeah.
Stop kvetching.
Or slow down.
Yeah. Or slow down, definitely.
Yeah.
You wanna open the door?
Yeah. Does D not know about Linus Tech Tips? The name sounds familiar, but I'm going to say no. Doesn't dawn on me as something that I've looked at. God, it's dark. I'm going to watch my stream window and hope that tells me where I need to go forward. I've lost you. Oh, because you ported.
Yeah.
Linus is a tech YouTuber that posts reviews and sometimes does silly things with way too expensive of hardware and ends up ruining it often. No, I generally watch very few content creators. I like people who are provocateurs. I watch people who are antagonistic and argue well, or like debate. I used to like debate bro streams. I've pulled away from that a bit. Since people have compared me to a couple big streamers, I'm
going to mute you.
Okay. Since people have compared me to a couple big streamers, I've watched their streams to try to understand why I am being compared to some big streamers. So I want to understand them and their business models, try to grow our stream as well to that. Where the hell am I? I'm just in blackness. But no, I don't know that particular person. Oh, usually for sponsorship. I mean, if I had to break things on my own budget, I probably wouldn't do it. But if I had to break things on somebody else's dime, sure, you could pay me to do that. I'm just in total darkness, right? Even on my stream, not just looking in game, I'm in darkness. Oz is still muted, so I'm going to wait for her to come back. There are a couple nerdy streamers that I've watched in the past, but they're usually steeped in content creation for teaching, and they generally teach the sort of things that I'm trying to learn. So whether that's like Harris Heller was a big one for a while when I was first starting streaming. It was somebody Nico Crushing had vetted that I watched some of his tutorial videos. I feel like he taught me a lot, although I also feel like that was detrimental in some cases because there was a Harris Heller video that showed you why you couldn't stream to multiple why you couldn't stream to multiple platforms. And I watched that late, like a couple months after he posted it. And at that same time, somebody else in our community, Sierra, was like, they've changed the terms of service, like literally just this month, and you can do multi-streaming. And ever since she mentioned that, I did the independent research and have been a multi-streamer across multiple platforms. So if it weren't for her investigations, I wouldn't have known. I would have followed the content creator instead of what was actually happening. I just wasn't caught up to recent developments in streaming. I watched a few people that use the same bot that I use. There's VR Flawed and Nutty, and they both teach how to use StreamerBot, which is streamer.bot. If you do a web search for that, you can find the bot that I use. And that one it's definitely like a nerd's bot, but it handles everything every other bot can do and then some. If you know how to code in C, you can use StreamerBot to amazing effect. And if you also know how to create your own browser sources for things, then the sky's the limit for that particular bot. I don't have that kind of free time, but I do find other people who've already developed their own browser sources, and I just use those to my effect. Welcome back, Oz.
Yes. Have you considered clicking or moving forward?
Yep. I moved forward. I didn't find anything, and then I started spinning around because I was like, if I'm in a like black room, I'm just gonna.
You're not. You're supposed to end up in that weird glowy room with the pillars again.
Okay, I might be glitched because I'm watching my gamma corrected stream version of the game, and I don't see. There's nothing.
There's nothing.
My cursor doesn't change. I can
No,
spin,
you're supposed
spin,
to port
spin.
in. It's not like you're gonna walk down a pathway and end up there. You're gonna port into, and you should see a loading screen.
I saw a loading screen. Yeah, I was following you down a dark tunnel,
Mm-hmm.
and also my key doesn't work. My Relto book doesn't work. I must be bugged.
You must be bugged.
All right, I will restart the game again. Because why not? How many times?
I mean, you could play this by yourself, and then it would be less buggy.
Ew. Why would you do that?
I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be back.
Okay, bye. I prefer the antics of one like Bring Us Studios, who put a Wii U inside a white computer, installed a GameCube emulator on a Leapfrog gamepad, played Half-Life on an Android Chinese translation pen. What the heck? I mean, yeah, hey, again, if you feel like there's an audience for it, do it. If you're looking to monetize. If you're just looking to hobbyist stream, do what brings you joy. Do the things that scratch the neural itch. But if you're looking to monetize your stream, find your audience. I'm obviously making certain choices like the cerebral discourses and deep dives that we go into. That kind of stuff is not necessarily for everyone. And so I get that I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I'm not a exclusively a gamer. This one, right? I am a gamer. That's endemic to my nature. But I'm a lot more, and I encourage my community to be deeper and more nuanced than that. And that pushes some people away. I have some people that stay in the community that are kind of, more surfacey and fun and just hang and game and work and then disconnect from work. And I don't know why they still hang out with me, but they do. But most of us are, big brain, deep dive sort of folk, and that's different. It's not a guarantee you'll find a big audience that way. But I'm deeply connected to that idea. What the heck? We're still in the black room again. Thank you for the lurk, by the way, Stuart. Streaming with Haley. Nice. Okay, I'm spinning around, and I'm just in a black room. And my key doesn't work, and my Relta book doesn't work. My settings don't work. When I port through this, nothing works.
Shora,
Oh,
peace to you, mover of the least.
I just spammed all my
Seven
buttons.
More journeys have moved you closer. I was seduced while in Denis.
Oh my.
My humble darkness lasted only a short time before I began to bask in what I could do, what I could write. My gift, my path, the knowledge of my father and the dreams of my mother pierced a hole in the darkness, in the weakness. I was aware of my power and I was proud. Whole worlds at my fingertips. It was the same with the Denis, the same cycle. Light opens the darkness, it takes, it uses, and it keeps.
What?
The Denis found power in these books you used to travel. They were a gift from the Maker.
The Maker?
These ages you traveled to were their ages. Remarkable places giving life. And taking life.
Oh my.
This shadow came over them, this shadow of light. For it was in their enlightenment that they considered themselves better than the least. And we were sad for them. Can you feel the Denis there? You've touched the remnants, the remains of their pride and power.
I don't think I can.
Many stories were there for the Denis to learn from, but they didn't hear them. The ancient tales of Tuat's Ocean, or of course the story of King Shomat and his brothers, which even speaks of gardens and death.
I know that
But
story.
no one truly listened.
I listened.
The garden ages of the proud are beautiful, but they are built on the backs of the least. The ages like Chemo and Gira are a sampling of the playthings of Denis. With disregard, the least were stripped from their homes. The lives in those ages were consumed, and the Denis gave nothing back. And whatever is not given back
Welcome back.
will be taken.
Watching the cutscene. Or listening.
The writing hides what's between the lines. These journeys are to help you travel between. The Barrow will be returned. These pillars are our journey. The return of the pillars is the return of the Barrow. The bringing away and the bringing back.
Is that it?
Yep.
To be honest, I like the goofy antics of Linus with the stupid stuff. Oh, okay. If it's stuff I can afford, then it's not interesting because it's too normal. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I mean, it's the reason why people like content creators who are on the wealthy side of things, right? Because you get to watch them do things that you will never be able to do. Whereas anyone
that
else,
vicarious living.
yeah, anyone else, you could do the same thing. It's the stupidly expensive stuff that's fun to watch them screw around with. I can see that. All right, I'm push the.
So you're gonna want to hold on. You're gonna want to do it in F1.
Yeah,
Okay, it did it already. This time it actually let you see it. Good.
yeah. I did it external to me. and it showed the pillar poofed. So they teleport, the pillars teleport and then go to Relto.
Yes.
Okay. I find it interesting. It seems like this particular dialogue entry, she seemed keen on explaining how the world is sort of being abused by the elite at the expense of the working class.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lesson that they're trying to teach you here. I'm going to try to get over to that other one.
You can't. You tried that before.
Oh yeah, it's still invisible wall. Darn. Into the star expanse. Expanse. I misspoke. I want to experience something I can't do, not something I can. I get that. I don't think I have the means to create that experience online, but I appreciate why people watch those channels. Or something you wouldn't do, right? It's like outside of your nature to act that way. But it's interesting to watch somebody else act that way. We have 2 pillars, Oz.
Yeah.
We done did it. We're 50% of the way through vanilla.
Yep, we are.
Okay. What's next?
You know, there's something that I'm noticing that I remember seeing in the Chronicle, like the Complete Chronicles, and that is that Relto is not changing.
Oh, my relative's changing. I got these.
I mean, like you've got the spinning well cover thingies, and you've got the little pillars, but like it added like big trees and it added weather.
Huh?
Relto evolved and regained parts of its like soul.
Like in the base game or no, sorry, not base.
In the vanilla game, yeah.
The single player game?
Yeah.
Oh. I have 2 and 3 glowies. There's a lot of glowies.
Do you want to try to go back and see if we can get that other glowy for you?
From the first world?
Yeah.
Sure. I need to take another quick bio because I'm
What?
well hydrated. Yo.
What?
I drank a lot of water at dinner.
Garbage.
Yeah, well, you know. Entertain my stream for me. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I'm gonna find that last thing.
Last thing?
The last little glowy.
Oh, the glowy. Yeah, okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Just want to make sure it's not in this area.
I've returned.
That was a quick pee.
I try. All right. Catching up. Whoa. I'm punching things on my desk. I'm so angry right now.
Don't do that.
I'm so angry.
I'm sorry. I just make you so angry.
I know. Wooden and cat are the same for all intents and purposes. I do have a certain respect for hardware. Yeah, me too. But there's some hardware you feel it when you see it die. I broke hardware when I was very, very little, but it wasn't mine. I lived next door to a junker. Yeah. It was old hardware. It wasn't like tech. I wouldn't turn a computer into a pizza oven for fear of something breaking, because if something does break, I can't replace it. That's fair. So wouldn't and can't are the same. I can't afford the consequences of something going wrong. I did this the smart way. I get e-waste, and it's 90% of the time pretty much new. That's interesting. People e-waste perfectly good stuff. That's still money I don't have to spend, even if it's e-waste, especially considering costs to dispose of it afterwards. Or you just don't. You just hang on to it like a hoarder. There's also the time factor of I can't afford the time it'd take to do a lot of the things I want to do while keeping the same hobbies and lifestyle I have now. Something would need to give. That's Oz's in my game. We have things that we want to add to our lives, but our lives are already overfilled, so we can't just add willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Fucking around with even low-end stuff is something I can't do for all intents and purposes. I've built actual functional, useful computers from e-waste, which is awesome. That's cool. I just also wouldn't know what I would do with those computers. I mean, I'm not talking about what you can and can't. They may be useful, but for a myriad of reasons, I can't. Yeah, if I could build a computer from e-waste, that would be amazing. But I wouldn't know what I would then do with said computer. Like, my money and my time would both be squandered, because then the utility afterwards, the return on investment, would be nothing, unless I did it for stream and for profit. But I'm also not building a community around tech. I'm building a community around ideation. Okay. So we're going back to, what was the first one? The brown-green book? That age for the glowy?
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the very beginning. Consider that what you consider something others can do may not be something others can. That can be a strength, though. Huh? I'm not sure I understand your meaning. My time comes from the fact that I spent a decade in the military, and I'm not really good at normal jobs with normal people. I mean, if you can monetize screwing around with derelict tech, that's... Huh?
Said I'm waiting on you.
Oh, sorry. Where'd you... Just poofed. Where did you poof?
Turned.
Okay. But I looked both ways and I didn't see you. Oh, there you are.
I'm just fast as fuck, boy.
I think I was just watching a lagged version of you.
Probably. Because I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Linus's strength is really having stupid amounts of disposable money to really do really dumb things. I mean, that's a...
Where are you going? You totally walked past me.
I can't... I didn't see you.
I went up the elevator with the big green button.
Oh, I didn't see it. The game does not, like, show me you well. For a multiplayer game, it doesn't let us stay in contact with each other very well. This feels very... You know what this feels like? Jedi Knight 1, which is Dark... What was it? Dark Forces 2? What was the first Jedi Knight? It was a sequel to another game.
No idea.
that was not Jedi based.
Oh, start streaming with Haley.
Oh, fun. That's just fun to watch. Linus having lots of money. I mean, yeah, people who have crazy disposable incomes that can do things you can't otherwise do. That'd be cool. I don't know if I ever want that to be my brand. I also don't know if I ever want that kind of money. It changes a person.
They're playing Split Fiction.
Oh. Are we jumping off here?
Yes.
Okay. You. Oh. I don't know about you, but I didn't want to try to make that jump to the next.
Thought about it.
Yeah,
and I
me
was
too.
Like,
I was like, how much do I want to push my luck?
Bad decisions, Bagel.
Yeah. Yeah. I personally don't find it fun to watch rich person buy expensive, nice thing. I just want one of them, and I just want one of them for the fact it's a nice thing to use. I'd also recommend doing your builds as shorter YouTube videos, not just doing live streams of stuff if you're planning on just doing Twitch. I feel like you could do the builds on Twitch, but then to get better success, cut it, like edit it down so that you're not wasting people's time, and put it in a shorter YouTube video where
Yeah.
all the good parts are there and none of the tedium is there. Because ain't nobody got time to sit and watch through all that stuff.
Through the tedium.
Yeah.
Through your bullshit.
Mm-hmm. But to me, seeing what someone can do with next to nothing is far more impressive than showing off what money can buy. Yeah. I appreciate when people do junking and scrapping and secondhand stuff. All right, here we go. Oh no! Oh, the game was very generous with fixing my jump.
That was very generous. Holy crap.
Liko says, yeah, that's what I mean. Edit down the streams to be a YouTube video too. Yeah, for sure. I'm recording the full and editing. No, we're all in agreement here. Yeah. I think I would have fun with that kind of stuff. I like messing with tech. I'm sort of a gearhead. But I don't have a lot of experience fucking around with that kind of stuff. Like, you could see myself in a garage or in a clean room and just sort of screwing around with stuff. Man, this door has a real long refractory period. Door. Oh, there it goes.
Sorry, it's getting a little older. It takes a little longer.
Need to get this door.
Tara says, hey, you guys made it to the pillar there without falling through it. I've heard that bug happens less in live than in single player.
Jeez. That sounds like an awful bug.
Welcome.
I made it. All right. I never saw a glowy in this area.
I don't
Obviously.
think he went all the way around quite.
I swear I did a full 360 around this whole facility. This is a very large area to run through. And unfortunately, very streamer unfriendly. It's like the same texture through every wing, so it's like, I don't know. Boring.
Yeah, I get it.
I wouldn't ask my audience to watch me run through the same texture, the same lights, the same hall over and over. Oh, here's a light. I see the light. I touched the light. My book glowed. It did a thing.
Yes. All right, now we can go back.
Okay. Back to Relto.
Have you jumped the jump? Yeah, we've done the jump farther down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it hasn't mattered because we didn't get the other. We haven't gone to the last age yet, so we can't finish yet.
Oh.
So now to the orange book.
Okay. Nico.
Nico Crushing just subscribed. Oh my Jesus.
That
Whoa.
jump killed me so many times. Yeah.
That is 51 months. I dare anybody to exceed that number. You can't. It's impossible.
As your wife, I can't spend money on you, but I can personally support you. Is that better or not as good as subscribing to your channel for 51 months?
I'll say it's a wash. Between you and Nico, you've given me equivalent support. I mean, you've built my family. You've sacrificed your body and your life to raise my children. But Nico is subbed for 51 months. So, you know, it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I see. You may want to turn down your gamma, by the way.
Oh, sure. Where was that? Filters, color correction, gamma. Let's do about like that much.
That's much better to look at, honestly.
Okay.
It's more closely looking like to my stream.
Okay. I mean, I just don't want to miss any other secrets because my game is as dark as it is, or my monitor is as dark as it is.
Yeah.
I have a lot of chat to catch up with. Do you want me to pop out of Discord and catch up with it?
Depends. Do you want to keep moving forward?
I want to catch up with chat and then move forward.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wander.
Okay, I'm gonna let you wander. BRB. See if I view Linus as if given basically infinite money, what creative stuff can you do? Interesting. Yeah, never seen this guy before. Keeping in the weird shit from streams. Keeping in the weird shit from streams is IMO the better option than just recording and adding in footage that I have to re-record. Well, I mean, when you're cutting down streams, keep the weird shit because that stuff helps, right? That gives you better content than just you presenting. You don't want to be a lecturer. You want to show people that you're engaged. Jim, hi and welcome. Yeah, you want to show that the live stream was a live stream, right? I don't view it as Linus getting expensive stuff and breaking it. I watch LTT for the reviews, not necessarily the builds. Okay, so to give you actual advice on like what to get and stuff. I don't watch Linus. Yeah, I've never heard of this person before tonight. Or I don't think. The name rings a bell, but the way you're describing it, I don't think I've watched this person. The reviews on Linus are the least relevant thing to me because I don't plan on buying stuff. I mean, there's that. Yeah, I very rarely pick up anything because the things that we have bought, we've only bought for the stream and only for production value. So I buy AV goods and never anything else besides that. I do, however, plan on finding stuff like the original PlayStation with the build in 7-inch LCD. See why? I mean, if you're making that your stream content, then I get it. And then making my own, that'll be a fun hack fest. I have a hot glue gun and 550 paracord. Nice. I must lurk. Have a good stream, D. Thank you, Silvos. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate your support. I would recommend at least keeping up with Linus's style and other tech tuber styles to know more intimately what your competition is, but that's kind of strongly just as an investigation and niche finding thing. Yeah, I mean, when people told me that I ping like Pirate Software and Moist Critical, I started to watch their streams to sort of understand what kind of content they do, how they provide their material, what ways they engage their communities. I feel like I'm a little bit more cerebral than either of them, but and humble, frankly. But it was interesting to at least see, you know, what people believe my direct competition is, what sort of niche I fit into, and where I could grow my stream, because it helps me understand where I should navigate going forward. So maybe, Sass, you would look into sort of how Linus formats his shows.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie,
I'll be
wookie.
cutting stream a bit early tonight, so I'm usually okay. I'll try to catch up real fast. Then, my niche is much more targeted. Okay, just be careful when you target too much because you can also narrow down your the amount of people who will actually find you. What I mean is for style and inspiration and stuff. Yeah. Linus makes a good screwdriver. Okay. But he's kind of a douche. I mean, douche can be a win when it comes to content creation. So there's that. Mine is a bit scuffed and mad scientist and electro boom inspired. If you can really play that up and become a character, then I can see that being really beneficial, actually. Linus can be a douche eye. I've got a lot of issues with pirate software. Yeah, me too. Especially since I've seen a couple people sort of like break down his lack of ability to own up to things and be humble and admit defeat, admit failure. I wish he was just a little more like, here's when I do villain arcs, here's when I do good things. He's too bombastic. He pings narcissism, and I have a PTSD around narcissists. So I'm a little bit nervous around him. Should I pack up tonight or tomorrow morning? I would do it tonight. Treat tomorrow morning you better because you don't want to get stuck in forgetting stuff. Morning you will be at a disadvantage. Nighttime you can remember stuff better. You still haven't done a pilot checklist, so nighttime you will have an advantage. I do not claim to be an expert, but I claim to be trying to have fun. That's good. Even just his takes on game dev. I haven't really watched a lot of him, so I don't know how he addresses game dev or where he fails to do so well. Like I'm an absolute idiot. That can be fun. I know that first, but I have a very specific set of skills, and most are useless. His position at Blizzard was a Nepo baby position, and he lords it like he's a game dev and game monetization expert, while showing he has absolutely no consistency in his own morals from situation to situation. That's important. I feel like if you don't show moral consistency, you're in danger because when you stream, all of your takes are live. You better be a real person with real consistent takes, and you're not too much of a hypocrite because everybody will find everything you've ever said on the internet and hold you accountable to it. So be you. Let me join Oz again. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm cut up.
Come here.
Let's explore. Where are we going? I like this place, but it also looks very... Oh, hi. That's the first tapestry. I feel like this place is really hazardous to our health. I'm watching a lot of spores in the air, and all I want is to be able to place an air purifier down in this age so we're not being jismed in our lungs.
I'm having that happen to me in real life.
I know,
And I'm
right?
also
Like
having
it's
that
already...
happen to me.
It's already our experience in Georgia, so do we really want... Yeah, I tried that too. It won't budge. Do we really want this in the game too?
Also a button here,
Button. Secret. I got it.
which does nothing.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be a lift, it looks like, but where'd you go? You poofed on my screen. Well, oh, there you are. It's also this long catwalk. I really wish, like, I love how immersive your character model is as far as the lighting of the world. It looks like you exist here in this world. I also can never see you. When you get
Do I
too
need to be brighter?
when you get too far, there's no UI indication that you're a human being. So if you stand perfectly still and I don't see you moving, I have no idea where you are because you could be, a rock or a piece of art somewhere in the world.
Look at these animals.
I'm watching the birds fly around. What are you
The
looking
thing
at?
that pops up off the water.
Huh? What? Oh, what the heck is that? Looks like a
Boopy.
jumping manta ray or something.
All right, first stop.
I like this place, but I feel like, like I'm gonna be infected by the fungi here.
Them some giant mushrooms.
Mhm.
Yeah. Being a piece of art is kind of cool though.
Just want to make a big portobello burger out of them. What does this
There's
do?
a glowy 3 button.
That does nothing. Okay, how do I not do this anymore? There we go. we're talking about Pirate Software. Pirate Software's constant decrying of microtransactions in games with an upfront price for an unknown entity and stuff like buying mounts in Final Fantasy XIV and WoW. Yet glorification of gambling via gacha games is particularly disgusting. He's a proponent of gacha? I thought, aren't there countries that ban gacha games because they feel like it's predatory, especially for youth to experience?
Look how fast the sun is moving.
That's the sun? I just thought that was like a will-o'-the-wisp or something. Holy crap.
Nope, it's the sun.
Okay. Well, hello nighttime, my old friend. Thank you, Troa. Thank you for your lurk support.
Thank you for the lurk, Troa.
Still feeling a bit funky, and I think I might be able to get some sleep, so I'm going to give it a go. Yeah, I'll be back if it doesn't pan out.
Good.
I hope you get sleep.
So, can't really go that way.
Oh, we can't jump into the primordial sludge down below.
No.
Not that I want to lick it, but I kind of want to know
You
what
do
happens
wanna
if I
lick
do. I just want to
You
want to
wanna lick it,
fafo
lick it?
that shit. He says buying mounts is pay to win, anti-consumer, and shows extreme greed, but is fine with gambling systems meant to prey on psychological manipulation to get users to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars just to stay relevant, let alone competitive. I will always be a bigger advocate of games that let you pay for aesthetics than I would for games that let you pay for a chance at something.
Yeah.
Because the latter will always enforce a certain mentality that will hurt a certain percentage of people. What are you hopping into? Whoa.
Nothing.
Whoa. Are you good?
Yeah.
You're inside of a thing. What happens?
Shush you.
What
You
happens if I flip the switch on you?
Nothing.
Oh, darn. I was hoping I was going to send you somewhere.
Yeah, I was hoping you would send me somewhere too.
Baby, you send me. Okay, we can't keep going. It's broken. Broken.
I guess I gotta find one that works.
Yeah, I don't like pay to win. I don't like pay to chance. I like pay to look good. You want to look a certain way and you've got crazy money. Sure. Flex, just like in real life, flex your money to be pretty in front of everybody. But the pretty shouldn't affect anything else.
Yeah.
I have conflicted feelings. He said he really likes Genshin and Honkai Star Rail's monetization system and gacha in general. Aren't those like the modern peak of gacha right now? That's weird. Because you can play the game without paying anything. Yeah. But those games push people to gamble. You can not ever do gambling in Genshin, right? You can just stay free to play, which I'm immune to gambling because I've always been poor all my life. So the idea of spending money on a chance always rings hollow to me. But some people are not. Oh, that doesn't
we
move.
go.
Okay, that won't move.
This one moved.
Oh, cool. What did that do?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay. Oh. You made a sound. You made us. Oh, hey, it's moving. Oh God. Hello. Oh, satellite. Not satellite. A dish. You made a dish happen. A telecoms dish. Now what? Can we press this one now? Boop. Nope. No such luck. The periscope. Try it. Oh, it's lit. It's lit, fam. I can see. However, it does not move. I'm just looking at a rock. But it wasn't a rock. Oh, wait. I pressed a thing.
Yeah,
I
you
pressed a
gotta
thing
press
that
the
didn't
to the
even look
side.
like a thing. Oh, it didn't do anything for me.
No, I think I remember
Okay.
what you're supposed to do with this.
The company behind Genshin bought a fusion nuclear reactor project. Say what?
So what I want you to do with this thing
Mhm.
is I want you to, there are 4 buttons on it. The 2
What?
buttons you were looking at.
What?
And then so there are similar buttons on each side that look exactly like the buttons on on the bottom that you were clicking.
What buttons I was clicking?
The thing at the bottom?
This big round thing is buttons? Multiple?
Yes, those
Plural?
are 2 buttons.
2. What do you mean? Like above
There's
and
an up
below
and a
the...
down. Up and down.
Sure. I'll take your word. Oh. Okay. So every half circle is a button.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it is continuously moving, correct?
Right now it is, yes.
Now think about what else is continuously moving.
The sun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, click the other direction.
It stopped.
We don't want it to go to the direction that it is going right now.
Okay. Now it is going the direction that the sun is moving. So do we want to keep it in time with the sun, I believe?
Mm.
Okay. Well, oh, it moves faster. Okay, hang on. Sun. I'm following the sun. For what it's worth. Something is happening. I hear noises.
Yeah, you want to back out.
Okay. I've communicated with the planet or the age.
And look down below us.
Uh-huh. I see spinning, moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
Just above the goo.
And now come over here.
High above the mucky muck. Oh, we've made a drill or something.
We have now powered machinery with the sun.
Neat. That's interesting because the sun actually dips behind several bits of terrain, and yet it still seems to work for some reason. Okay, you're moving that one. I'm going to move this one. All the drills. Let's drill everywhere. Oh, this one says no.
Yeah,
Never
that
mind.
doesn't work.
Okay.
So we're gonna
So,
do this right now.
Right. What time are you bouncing? Because I have a lot of chat to catch up with, but I don't.
15 minutes.
Okay. The game itself being free offsets the manipulation tactics and shit they do. Well, of course, they make it free so that you will pay the gacha prices, right? That's part of it.
I think it's timed.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. It left.
It's okay. There's another one coming.
Okay. Ill-gotten gains spent on actual relevant research is hard to be as upset about, i.e. because the gacha game is spending on good stuff. It is okay that they do gacha. I kind of disagree. I think exploiting people, their general nature to... Oh, I can't jump in those.
Hold on.
Their nature to gamble and then using that gambling money for scientific research is still bad because you don't know if the people have the means to spend what they spend. With gambling, a lot of people often overspend and screw their personal finances up because of it. MiHoYo isn't exactly doing bad things with the money, but the methods of getting it is just not okay. Yeah, I mean, if you said, hey, I've got a game, it's got a gambling mechanic, but everything that you invest in this game will promote to scientific research. I still don't know if I'd agree with it, because how do you get people to be responsible when gambling is involved? People will always fuck themselves over. And when they fuck themselves over, it doesn't matter what you do with the end product. You are harming people's personal lives to see scientific research come to fruition. Ooh.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah, it's hard to start and stop on time, isn't it? I know someone who lost their apartment and split up with their partner because they couldn't stop rolling on Genshin. They came from recently finishing therapy for gambling addiction in IRL casinos, and now she's facing homelessness because she spends the vast majority of each paycheck rolling for Genshin characters. I know people have spent tens of thousands of dollars on literal just like mobile game re-rolls. Like, it's crazy. Stuff that, like, in a mobile game, will you literally ever be able to show other people your progress and, like, get job opportunities, advance in your career, have a better home life, have a better marriage, have respect from your kids? You can't. Where does the spending of that money equate into anything? It's just virtual bullshit. And people ruin their personal lives trying to make something of it. All right, let's go. Oh, you're going to join in? Jump in. Jump in.
I can't.
Oh.
You're in there.
So, this is definitely... This thing has room for more than just me. Oh, here I go. I'm coming up. I want the world to know. Where am I going? It's quite the ski lift. Oh, I'm entering a big tree stump, I guess. Goodbye. Stop it if you can.
It's gonna
Oh,
auto-stop.
I got spilled out. Ew, and it was wet inside. But then there was a big fan, so I guess I'm dry now? I hope. I'm in. Cool. At this point, she's almost 70,000 in on Genshin. That's insane. She always
That is insane.
rolls until she maxes out each and every new character and the weapon that releases. So even if they're doing something decent things with the money, it's still gotten by quite literally ruining lives. Yeah. I can't abide by that. It's like Utopia. You know, the idea that half the world lives in absolute bliss because the other half is living in absolute squander. It's not worth it if you're going to exploit people to make the gains that you do. And sadly, that story is absolutely not uncommon for Genshin either. That sucks. The shitty part is if they tried to get that funding in any way that wasn't going to ruin lives, they would not have gotten that much money. I don't fucking care. They can lose. I would rather...
Okay.
Sorry, Red.
Take a breath
Okay, what's up?
so I can talk.
What's up?
Car epilogue 2. I didn't forget to tighten those bolts that disappeared. They sheared off. It seems I over-tightened my alternator belt, maybe. Perhaps that sounds like you, Armand. Yeah, probably don't need to be that tight next time. But, you know, all of this is a learning process, so... I mean, you can't really be that hard on yourself about it because you didn't know. Hey, look, it's a tapestry.
Oh, I didn't see that yet. I was catching up with all the periscopes and stuff. Neat. Yeah, if you asked me what would I morally choose between a world in which we slowed our scientific progress, but everybody had an economy or a budget that was protected by government controls so that bad actors couldn't come and exploit your personal finances, I would be comfortable with the slower progress. if you said, let's remove all restrictions, no government regulations, and big companies can come in and fuck with your psychology. They have the money to throw around to study you. They can study you, they can figure out your weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and then use that to exploit you for all of the money that you have, such that you end up living in squalor. And they do that to a certain percentage of the population. They deliberately ruin people's lives because they know your weaknesses. They create systems that deliberately exploit you. And then scientific progress is accelerated. I'd say fuck that society. That society deserves to die.
Okay.
What's up?
I need you to focus.
Okay.
So, because if I don't get to a certain point, I won't be able to come back here easily.
Uh-oh. Okay. I mean, we just touched that one tapestry, so we can already
That
port.
doesn't matter.
Oh, you cannot.
I can't.
You cannot use those to port. Gotcha. Oh, what's this?
So there's this thing. Now you can change a few things.
I'm a sit.
Right now, as where the red light is, it looks like it's a grabby thing or a not grabby thing. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I tried
see
to
what I
click on
mean?
the red light, and nothing
You
happened.
probably don't want to click on the red light. Probably on the actual little switchy thingy.
Okay, I switched the knob.
And then there's also another thing that was like, do you want it to go around and around, or do you want it to go one way?
I switched the knob. There's also other knobs and things. Do I do the thing? Oh, something happened. I have no idea. There's so many clickies. I'm gonna click on this thing too. I don't know what I did. Oh, manual moving of the pods, I think. So if one person is in here, they can send and receive pods, I think, with this left lever. Now these, I don't know what these do. I'm gonna press one. I don't know. Press two.
Nope,
Press three.
nothing. There's another lever on the left side of it.
There is. Oh, this one? It's blocked.
No, that's not the left side of it. That's the center.
There's no lever to the left of these.
There's literally a lever on the left side of... No. The left side of every... oh my goodness.
This lever, I already hit. This sends pods. I already
Okay.
pressed this one.
Okay.
There's... Okay. I thought you were talking about something I haven't done yet.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay. Yeah,
It's hard to see what
the
you
left
haven't-
lever sends off the next round of pods when it's not automated.
Yeah. Now, you gotta unlock the elevator.
Okay. Press the foot stop. Because I know this game has foot stops now. What did that do?
It took the brakes off of that elevator.
How
This calls the elevator.
do you know that?
Because look. Okay, D. When you push the foot pedal, these
Yeah.
things came off of the bottom.
Yeah.
And there are gears down there.
And this blocks the gears from moving?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I do? I don't know.
Okay.
I look at it and I go, okay, well, I know this is an elevator. Because there's like a elevator sort of feel about it.
Sure.
And when there are brakes on an elevator or things on parts of an elevator that look like they're tracks, because if you look at the things that go up and down next to it, it looks like the gear teeth fit into those little holes. Right?
When you say it, I need to use my imagination significantly when you say that there are things that are a certain way in this game. Like, I look at the graphics, I look at the things that I'm looking at. This big ol' I don't even know what it is, just like a crescent blocky thing. It doesn't look like it fits over the gears in any notable way. They don't interface with each other. So
Okay.
I would need somebody
Think
to
about
tell
the
me.
graphics of this game, though. They're crap.
Yeah, no, I would need
You don't
somebody
even
to.
have proper features of your face or your hair.
Well,
And it's nothing to do with how you made your character.
yeah, okay, but I guess my point is, this thing being down, like the only indication that tells me that this thing should be lifted is because the game has put a foot pedal here, and you told me that there's a foot pedal here because I didn't initially see it. So I clicked the foot pedal, and I believe that when you click foot pedals, you progress in the game. So my guess would be that this thing that lifted creates some sort of advantage to the elevator. But then you telling me that's a brake, the gear connects with this track, and that's a track, and it accepts the gear, and the brake holds the gear. None of that stuff tracks unless you tell me. In other words, I don't see it visually myself, but when you tell me, the power of suggestion puts it all together for me. Does that make sense?
I get you.
Like, I'm not trying to be cantankerous here. Oh, cool. We made it back to the beginning. I'm literally just saying there are things that I wouldn't intuit on my own until somebody puts a lens on things for me. And I think that's honestly the majority of the way I see the Myst franchise of games is when people have explained things to me from an experience of they've played one of the previous Mysts, like Myst 3. People look at a puzzle that I'm trying to solve and they're like, oh my gosh, it's obvious. You know, it's this, this, this. And then they explain something to me that helps reframe what I'm looking at. I get it too, but I get it because I've been passed down knowledge from somebody who's already played the game and has reframed the world. Whereas I'm from an agnostic point in the game and my brain doesn't connect the way somebody who's beaten these games now sees the puzzles.
Honestly, I don't remember almost anything from this one other than that bucket thing.
I still feel like you see the world in post-Myst and I see the world in pre-Myst.
No, you see the world in post-Myst 4. But still having not, I feel like if you haven't adjusted to the way that the games work by Myst 4, you will not.
Maybe I disagree with the way that these developers created this world versus other developers. Because, I mean, I played...
I feel like
other really cryptic, really stupid puzzles in King's Quest and Monkey Island. Really lame ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you've been... Okay, I'm going to say this the way that my brain says it.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that... I'm not trying to be mean. I would say that you've been rather hard-headed about the way that they write their puzzles from day one.
Maybe.
I think it's that you've kind of come at it at this mindset that, they're a puzzle game, and it's like, okay, but no, it's just Myst.
Yeah, no, like I've been working especially with this game to reframe it as Donkey Kong 64. You search all the discrete corners of the world. You look for the bananas really hard. When you don't find the bananas, you haven't stopped and really acknowledged the beauty of the world in every angle just yet.
Yes.
It is an Easter egg game. This is not a puzzle game. So
Yes.
you look around at all of the beauty of the game. You slow down. You turn around. You look above. You look below. You wait until you have the revelation, like, oh, I didn't look in this corner. That's where it's hidden. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Please open the gate in the middle of the floor, by the way.
we can open this?
It's powered now. The red is
Oh,
a bright red now.
I didn't notice a difference.
I figured you didn't.
I'm going to go down. I stopped. There was such a canned animation for going down the ladder, and then it was like, nope. Oh, I'm stuck. There's no more down for now. I'm gonna go back up. It's very wet down there, and my Myst man was like, nope.
Well, I don't like wet socks.
Well, my socks were. Please don't. You jerk.
I hate when they go back down the ladder.
I
and
was
you're like,
literally
"Come
pressing
on."
the same button as I was to get up that then sent me back down.
Oh no.
Yeah. My Mistman might not be Donald ducking, but I definitely don't like getting wet anyways.
I didn't know you like to get wet.
That's just PCP. Okay. Catch up with a bit of chat. Holy shit, you guys. Wait, how far back am I missing chat?
By the way,
Likos.
with how much you keep going back and reading chat, I'm just gonna go.
Okay, I can wait to read chat until you're ready to quit stream. I blame Likos. Wait, oh, there's,
You hopped off of this.
I didn't know there was. You were gonna keep going. You didn't say anything. You just pressed the button.
Oh, I just figured you were gonna stand here because I didn't move.
You didn't see
I
me
will come
leave.
back down. No, you ran off just as I pushed the button.
I didn't even know. You said nothing. Okay,
By the way, D, I'm gonna push the blue button now.
I'm ready. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da.
Turn around.
Oh,
There
hi.
is some shit behind you, and you wanna see it. I know that you do.
Oh, I went into into third person, and I didn't even ask to do so. Hi, book. Where's this book lead? Oh, it's one of those.
Ooh, ooh, ooh! There's a Relto page.
Eh? I can't. Can't make it happen.
Can't.
There it is. I got a thing. More Relto means more human. And there's a tapestry. I'm gonna touch it. We got the whole spiral. No, just missing the 4 fingers. What does that do? Just very, very small window, and I can't approach it to really look out.
There's a lever here.
Yeah. Oh, hi. There's also a portrait of somebody, but I can't really see who that is. And push the lever. Oh my! Oh, we can see outside now. It's so pretty. One of the mountains is super glitchy though. From here to here.
Oh my.
It's gone. It's back. It's gone. It's back. The game I'm into is notorious for predatory monetization too, but they do it via known entity upfront, just outright buying things. No gambling, no psychological tricks, none of that shit. Just if you want it, spend the money. I can appreciate that. I just got Cities Skylines, and it's got monetization models that are not cool. Subscription for all DLC for X months for like 10 or 15, if I remember correctly. I don't like subscription. Unlike you quit a... Oh, I can't. Oh, I can sit right... Oh, pardon me. We're now melded. We are one...
Gross.
We're one person. Okay. Well, it's an interesting desk.
You can't click on a thing because I am in the way.
Oh, gotcha. I just assumed that there was no clickies, but yeah.
Okay.
Can,
Why did it let me sit down before you again?
before me?
Yeah, like you didn't sit down.
Oh, I don't know. Go away. I am... Oh, there we go. I was stuck. Yeah, I don't like subbing to something, and then if you quit paying the sub fee, you can't access it. Warranty Registration Department, Fryman Safe Haven 3, Aquatics and Supply. One Douglas Sharper. Warranty information card. Thank you for your purchase of the Fryman Safe Haven 3. As with all of our aquariums, the Safe Haven models come with a 1-year unlimited warranty. The lower portion of the tank is accessed via the safe button. The safe button is located directly above the patented central feeding hole on the back side of the aquarium. For Safe Haven 3 and 4, safe button is built into the light on and off switch. Simply press the light switch for longer than 3 seconds, and the lower portion of the tank will open. Safe Haven 4 model owners will also be required to enter a combination in order to open the safe portion. The combination from the factory is the last 6 digits of your registration number. The combination can be changed anytime by following the instructions on the separate insert entitled Changing Your Saves Combination. This actually looks like a for realsy puzzle. Also, there's a thing here that feels like I want to take a screenshot.
You should.
So I took a screenshot. Skid up, bottom, screenshot.
Screenshot. So you want to go click on that first paper again that you the registration number. You need the last 6 digits of the registration number.
Oh, got it.
123207.
Got it. Wow, for realsy missed puzzles, like puzzle game puzzles. What does this do? You can see a little something. Field of view is not very wide, but it's something. The more expensive things are borderline unusable by solo players and need a group, so the sheer number of players needed offsets things. You're buying the big purchase items because you like the design and specific way the thing works, not necessarily because it gives a direct advantage. I can respect that.
Rosie Babu says bite. Bite.
Push the button. Do the thing. It did the thing. Oh, it's a we haven't been here yet. Should I go in?
Yes.
I'm going in. Or just buying all 67 DLC for Cities Skylines? What the heck? To be honest, a 3 or 6 month hyper focus with all the DLC is worth $30. Yeah, maybe. The big money purchases are also able to be gotten very easily in-game. A $700 IRL money purchase takes like 10 hours of the group who wants to get it in-game. That seems kind of silly. But, here's the thing. If the game is really going to be you can pay to skip content, why not make it punitive? Have people play the game and actually see the content for real, for free. And if somebody's really going to be that desperate to skip it themselves, punish them. Make them fund all the other free players. Like, okay, this is going to cost you $1,000 to skip then. These are kind of nice rooms. This is,
right.
First of all, I would say this is maybe my favorite level design, just as far as like cozy and comfy.
Yeah. And
feels lived in and not like a necropolis or kind of weird sci-fi that doesn't welcome. This place is welcoming and feels good to be in. There's another little woven, I guess, back to Dunny sort of place.
Maybe.
Here. Well, you said anytime something looks like it's kind of...
There's a different picture on there.
Oh. I don't know all of Dunny, so...
Wait, we are in Dunny, I think.
What? I didn't think this was Dunny.
Look back out the window.
Yeah?
mean, not the window, the thingy.
The periscope.
The periscope. There's that building we were looking at in Dani and the.
Is it?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I will take
Dr.
your word.
Watson.
Huh?
Big problems. The house on Noloban is not empty. I met someone there today. My Dunny isn't great, but I spoke with him for a while. Yeah, he's Dunny, and as we figured, he knows a lot about the creatures. A whole lot. We obviously need a meeting ASAP. Murray.
Hmm.
11/14/97 looks like they've agreed to let me take control of Teledon. Time to start a journal officially. 11/17, maybe not. Kodama popped in, going on about his inspections in his usual arrogant manner. What a joke. 11/24. Now it's Watson's turn. Acted as though he was chatting, but I could tell he was looking all over, checking on my progress, or maybe making sure I could be trusted. I'll just get used to it. 11/25. Time to move forward. DRC isn't going to change anytime soon. 12/15. Merry Christmas. Going up for a few months. Can't take this red tape anymore. 1/2. Yay for Broncos. Patriots should have been there. Stupid Steelers. Maybe Teledon will help me forget all this.
Are these people? Players?
No.
The lore of this game is so weirdly like fanfic. It sounds like player-driven content kind of stuff.
Right. I know, Tara. I know. I was supposed to be dipping out to do stuff. 2:15. It looks like I'm going to need Watson after all. I found all kinds of journals and notes upstairs, and I'm going to need translated. I think Watson is going to let one of his assistants help me out. Sam. 3:1. Sam is not the fastest translator I've ever seen. I don't think he's even started. Kodama came by again today. 3:3. Spotted something today. Creature of some kind. Forget the history of this place. For now, I've got to see that thing again. 3:7. Saw her again. Wow, what a beauty. 3:9. She's very sensitive to sound. Startles like an antelope. I'm estimating she's a good 40 feet. Killer whale type. Hard shell, though. 3:18. No sign of her in this area, at least. Sam is going to have some time next week at this rate. 3:25. She showed up again. I saw her eating. She likes the flappers. Feeds on them. Pretty quick and agile for her size. Surprised me. Of course, those flappers aren't real bright. Those who weren't eaten went right back to the spot and waited for her to show up again. Looks like this place was written in 8,990 for a Denny Lord Guild of Caterers 250th birthday present. If I'm ever 250, someone better give me something better than this place. 4:5. Sam is busy again. Did get me some more translations though. Seems like the mushrooms were used for some kind of delicacy. To be honest, I'm not sure Sam got that one right. Doesn't make a lot of sense, not with what I'm seeing. 4:7. Watson told me Sam is too busy to help me. I'm going to have to learn this language myself or find someone who can actually help me. 4:8. Watched her for a while today. Definitely feeds on the flappers, close to shore. Also feeds on mushrooms. 4:15. Does she ever feed on mushrooms? Watched her completely destroy one today. Does she ever feed on mushrooms? Watch her completely destroy one today. Brought the whole thing down and fed for some time, until scared off by something. 4:17. Mushroom is gone. Probably sank. Kodama came by again today. I was glad the girl wasn't around. Last thing I need. 5:14. The flappers like the spores. 2. The creature likes the flappers. 3. She's scared to death of loud sounds. Like this equipment running, she's gone. Heading up in a week. Going to try and get this gate down before I go. See if she'll come in while I'm gone. 8:12. 3 mushrooms were down. Seems all of them were are a particular kind. She was in the lagoon. I think I could have taken her out, but not yet. DRC would have a fit. Probably kick me out or something. She's definitely an air breather. Could hear her today, sleeping on the surface. Kodama followed me here and scared the heck out of her. She woke and shot out of here fast. Kodama never saw her. Apparently some new guy is learning Dani and wants to work with me. We'll see. 828. There are quite a few new people coming down. A group from some game company was recently here, and there was quite a stir. I met a few of them. Nice guys. 9:15. Haven't seen her for a full month. I'm going to start working on the equipment here. Can't wait forever, and the DRC is getting on me. As though they own the place. 10:1. The tower is almost working. Need some tools from the surface. No sign of Shroomy. Met the new guy. Nick. Nice guy. This might be real good. Picking up Dunny fast. He's going to keep at it, but I gave him some material to study in the meantime. I have an intruder. 11:5. Quick trip up and back. Down. Tower is working. Nick dropped off some translation, and it all matches the old stuff. He's working on new material now. Tower is powered, and more projects. 11:14. These buckets are a mess. So is the elevator. I found some kind of pump mechanism to get that water out. I think all of it will have to wait. I'm heading back up for the holidays and end of season. Tickets to Monday night game against Miami. Patriots still in the playoff hunt. 1-7. Patriots out. Back down. Nick is more than I could have hoped for. Seems up for keeping the translation out of DRC's hands. Has had some bad experiences with Kodama and Enberg. And in my camp now. Perfect. Apparently, the Hinash only owned the age for 10 years. At his death, Teledon was left to the Guild of Caterers, who installed the equipment that I'm working on today. Some of the translation has actually been rather helpful. I think I can get the pump working. It was never meant for water, but I think I could pump out the water. Nick says there's quite a bit about the guild captain Ventus, who ran the age for quite a few years and directed the industrialization of the place. Did quite a job, apparently. Although, Nick is still reading. Signs of Shroomy, but I haven't seen her for a long time, and I'm not going to stop working on the equipment now. Apparently no mention of her in the stuff Nick is reading. 2-4. Pump works, although I'm keeping the water there. Nice form of protection for to the other side. At least until I discover what it was used for. That's Nick's job now. I have my ideas, though. I have to go wipe a butt.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to continue reading while I take care of her.
I will let you so I can catch up with some chat.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, guys, for your patience. I will catch up in, our own time. If it's earnable in game, then I can't really be mad at a dev who likely has a player sending them the shut up and take my money meme because they want to avoid tedium or time. Yeah, honestly, that kind of monetization to me is fine. It doesn't play into gambling. It just plays into if you have means and you want to be impatient, do it. Then that's not a big issue to me. That's the big disconnect I think people have, to be honest. Gacha, it's literally impossible to keep up. That's different. Yeah, gacha, you don't get what you spend money on. You get a chance. That's very different mechanic, and that's very addicting. They simply do not give enough in-game currency to get everything coming out. That too, yeah. If they did, then the gacha part, the gambling part, wouldn't work, right? The game I play, if you play for a couple months, you'll have all 10 years of them adding stuff. Well, then there you go. It's a huge deciding factor. I agree. That's a lot more egalitarian. My favorite game hasn't gone on sale since it came out. Must be popular. If gacha gave enough currencies to keep up, if you regularly played, I'd be so much more fine with it. Honestly, yeah, if you felt like you could do the gambling part for funsies or just grind, and the grind wasn't like too extreme, fine. Just do it that way. In, I don't know, Warhammer 40k Darktide, there's cosmetics available for money, but I don't care because I like my cheetah print, Ogren pants, and my gold chain, and camo painted trench shovel. If it's cosmetics, I don't have an issue. They don't change a single thing about the game other than the dopamine I get while playing. Perfect. Maybe my friends thought they might get jealous. Cosmetics are so extremely forgivable as monetization. Yeah. There's nothing about that that screams you have to throw money at the game. That's literally just a personal preference concept then. I pretty much just cannot find any way to be upset about it. No more reading us. Yeah, Jam. We have to do the lore. I mean, this game is really heavy lore driven. So if we don't read the lore, then you don't know why we're playing a Myst game. Literally, the reason why you play Myst is to get the lore. We need to do the lore dumps so that you have the context of why you would play this game. It's not for the puzzles. It's obviously not for the Easter egg hunts. Those parts are whatever. The lore part, this is what ties this game into the rest of the series. This is what gives it merit. This is why somebody would play Oru, is to learn the world building. And so to me, this stuff is the most valuable stuff in the game that you can experience. Chat D is away. Our chat now. I mean, y'all can take over chat. That's fine. I'll eventually catch up to you guys. I have a back chat log, so I can take my sweet time. I take however long it needs to be. City Skylines DLC is insane. You got CS or CS2. I spent close to 400 on CS1 DLC. Damn. Wish I had that kind of money. So what do we call you? Dawes or Osmian? Please. I've never heard a portmanteau of our names, and I'm completely comfortable with that. We're very different creatures. Like, yes, we are a couple, but we're also incredibly different from one another, which I think is our strength. I would never want to be with somebody who's like my complete mirror, or that we share all the same interests. In the friction is growth and learning and experience that other couples don't have because they don't challenge themselves the same way. That's my take.
There's like 30 more pages.
Okay. How long do you want to stay up?
Not this long.
Okay. Do we want to do the lore dump another stream?
Yes.
That's fine. It is 1:52 right now. How are you feeling?
Like I need to cut and run. I'm just gonna go to bed. I will take care of stuff tomorrow.
All right.
You put the tablecloth where?
By your stuff in the corner of the room.
Bookcase?
Underneath the window. Yeah, by the tall bookcase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Oz, it's been a pleasure, actually. I've enjoyed this phase of the game more than most of the others. Although the Firefly puzzle was not awful, really. It was okay. It was interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of like basic on a puzzle game level, but you know, better than I expected from this game.
Yes. So this is that thing that she was describing.
Yeah.
And there's actually that if we go back to that room we were just in, remember that thing with the weird red shell on its back?
Yes.
That's that same thing.
Oh. We can actually get back there through this book. I didn't expect this to be the same thing at all. Yeah, it does not look in any way the same. Except that it's also aquatic. Interesting. Cool.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it has.
Thank you. And thanks for the lore reading.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot.
More.
Yeah.
And if you wanna split it, I'm down for that.
Sure.
All right.
All right. Sleep well.
I will try. All right. Have a good night.
Everybody say goodnight to Oz.
Good night.
Let's do a quick shout out on my channel. Let's see what comes up.
It's not real meat, it's fake.
but I love
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bitch. Do it again.
I feel so much better.
Do it again. Do it again. In my ear, make my hair tingle.
Orgasm.
Oh,
Nice.
Mika.
That was glorious.
Yep.
Mommy.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Can I get a? Oh yeah.
Go watch Oz for this high level content, highbrow stuff.
Oh no. Wow. Oh no. Do it. Do it.
Perfection. Thanks, Oz.
All right.
Have a wonderful
Thanks.
sleep.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I promised I will catch up with chat, and we're going to do just that. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Also, hi, Gavin. It's great to see you. Sorry I'm so behind in chat. We had a lot of lore to go through, and it's very important for this game. It is the most important part of this game. If you don't like lore, the other parts of Myst, in my opinion, will disappoint you. So the lore dumps are critical. CS1, but I'm still waiting until I get tired of the base game to pick up any DLC. Still don't know which ones are like priority worth, like shark cards in GTA 5. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I've played some GTAs. I have never played City, whatever it's called, Cityscapes or whatever. You're spending money to support the devs, not really to gain an advantage. They're really cool things to get right away, but they're so, like, I don't know, just dumb to buy. If people want to buy dumb to buy things, though, that's, in my opinion, worth the devs to create an option to do. Make dumb things that are easy to grind, but some people are just frustratingly impatient. And then if they've got crazy money to dump, all the more reason. I don't mind taking money. Personally, as a content creator, I would also feel the same way. If somebody just wants to dump money on our little household to help us keep afloat, cool. That helps the rest of everybody else not feel like, oh, well, I should sub to help support DNRs, because we're being floated by a couple oil barons or something. If you happen to know any oil barons or oil baron trust fund kids, by all means, send them our way. And then I don't need your subs anymore, right? Just have somebody take care of us. Yeah. I'll just play the game. Yeah. I think in-game currency is available for real currencies, simply trading the time you spend at work for time spent enjoying fun parts of the games. True. And some people can't avoid the work part, right? You spend a lot of time at work. Some people, like me and Nico, are both on salary at our jobs, and so sometimes that means we spend over the hours.
Stop kissing everything.
Welcome, Raiders. Hi, you farty goblin raiders. Welcome on in. You are now fledglings underneath my cowl, so hi. Oz mistrusted you and placed you in my care, and now you're stuck here. Welcome. Thanks for being here. If you need to stream, detox, go take meds, take a shower, make yourself a sandwich, by all means, feel free to do so. If not, lurk me either on Twitch or literally any other streaming platform. We stream live on Trovo, Instagram, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. So if you prefer a different place other than Twitch, you can also follow me there. Or follow me on all 5.5 platforms, because I stream on 2 different streams on YouTube. I have 2 different stream keys, one for vertical and one for horizontal. You can literally watch me in 6 different places at the same time if you really want to support me for free. Or if you also feel like it, I have a Patreon, a Ko-fi, however you pronounce it, and other ways you can also support this family and keep food in our kids' bellies. Thanks for being here. Yeah, but if you work crazy hours, if you're on salary, Literally, no company is ever going to have you work less hours during the day. They're always going to have you work the full amount, like a 40-hour work week or more, right? And so if you're working more than 40 hours and you just want some progress in a game that's otherwise grindy and you have some disposable income, spend some of that, get through the game faster than you could otherwise with what minimal free time you get. Something like that, right? They did an event recently that had players making 5 to 10 million credits in just a few hours, which is enough to buy some things that cost $400 to $500 IRL money, as well as they just expanded the loot pool of a mission chain that just flat out gives $500 items to include ones up to $1,000 worth. That seems fair. It takes, I mean, it's just like going on sale, right? It takes 4 hours to do a whole mission chain. You can repeat it to get everything from it. They even make it where you can't get dupes of stuff. I mean, that's not even gotcha then at that point. That's just, they're being as kind as they possibly can to you. I am literally eternally a broke hoe. I feel that. So getting paid stuff for free, yeah. I mean, we have kids, so like if we have extra disposable income, are Oz and I going to use it to like enrich and like treat ourselves, or are we going to give it to the kids to their betterment and make their lives better than ours were? Obviously, you know the answer to that. Pirate Software had a huge rant about how extremely predatory the game is simply because they offer the option to buy stuff at all those prices. That's not predatory. If you make it so that the other option besides dumping a whole bunch of money is really grindy and really awful, then that sucks. Then I get Thor's take on it, but I don't like a lot of his takes, perfectly honestly. While defending Gotcha. Yeah. Pirate is a bitch, in my opinion, but I don't make software. I mean, yeah, he's developing something, so I appreciate that. I think a lot of people were upset that he took a long period of time where he, I know he's recently rectified this, but he took a long time where he said, I'm developing this game. What was it called? Heartbound or something like that. And then just decided to be a full-time professional streamer. Like 10 hours a day or something like that. Like crazy hours. I mean, I would love to spend that much time just live streaming. And he's doing that while trying to say he's a game developer. You can't game develop when you're streaming for 10 hours a day. And talking with your audience and doing all that sort of stuff. And obviously, like, he was doing other stuff. He's doing that hardcore WoW server and everything like that. I don't know. Bad takes. Weird sort of branding that guy has. But he has way more traction than I do. So how can I really throw him under the bus when he's succeeding where, I have yet to gather that same level of traction online. I can only call them a bitch in the sense of dipping during a raid. Yeah, exactly. In terms of having any say about game monetization, he's got the mindset of someone trying to earn money. So there's inherent bias toward the option that pays more, either positive or negative usually. Yeah, I guess I can see that. He's got a weird take. He seems backwards on how most people would generally feel about Gacha versus other paid content unlocks. It's funny because he plays it off as though it's the exact opposite, as though he's fighting for consumer protection from monetization. Yeah, I don't think his takes make sense. I think the thing of it is he's got like a beautiful voice as somebody who voice acts, like real recognizes real there. Got a beautiful voice, long flowing locks, and he talks with real confidence. When you state something and you say, this is the way this is, you guys, this is the truth of the fact, this is, I've done the studies. I come from a background and I'm a subject matter expert in this. And here's how it is, you guys. There's going to be a percentage of your audience that believes you no matter what. They're not going to fact check you. They're not going to research. They're not going to question. They're just going to parrot your ideas to their friends and family. They're going to be a little mini Thor out there in the world. You're mimetic in your content that way, as long as you're confident enough. I hate that. I personally hate that. Cult of personality bullshit is what it is, in my opinion. Yeah. I trust that as much as I would a Cybertruck rear bumper to hold 10K pounds. Yikes. True. Um, Guna? I don't know what the heck Legos just said down there. Thank you for trying to shout me out. I don't think you're a mod, so you don't have shout out rights. Also, it's my own stream. Why would you shout me out? I'm hitting the wall too. Not gonna lie, it's been a long 20 hours. You've been awake for 20 hours? Holy crap. I don't think I could. No, that's not true. I do. There are some days where I'm awake for about that long. Fun thing, this game, well, this might give away what game it actually is. They did a big pack that costs $48,000 that contains every single thing ever released in the game. Shoot, if somebody wants to do that, hell, let them do it. I would love, you know, I was tempted when I was starting becoming a live streamer, just setting up like a Patreon or Ko-fi or whatever goal and just saying, look, here's 100K. This is what I need for like a year's worth of living expenses. If you just have this and you're interested in my mindset, my family, you like the idea of how we raise our kids, you like me, you like Oz, you just want to invest in the whole thing and you've got the means to do so, 100K gets us through an entire year. You don't need to donate anything else. Everybody else watching us can stop. You don't have to sub, gift sub, dono, no more dono goals, no nothing. We're covered for a year, roughly 100K. I think it's a little bit more because of inflation, but yeah, I thought about just like putting that out there. I'm not trying to find that person that'll predate on who believes in me so much that they'd be willing to risk their own financial ruin to make sure that my household runs. But at the same time, if money means nothing to you and you're willing to see what I have to offer as an impact on the world, fund my lifestyle, fund my family, and then make it happen. I could see why some people would do that. Like, here's everything in the game. Okay. Some people are going into ad breaks. See you on the other side. Where were we? The same pack that you could get yourself in-game by playing for just a few months. Some people have a few months. It's true. I get it. I get it. That's also 10 years of them adding stuff. So yeah, it goes back a long ways. I think I know this game and it's an incredibly fun game. See, so to some people, that might be worth it. And to them, the expense is not terrible, but it depends on who you are. I will need to get up around 9, so I'm going to do my best to just go to bed right now, hoping to get it to bed ASAP. I hope Oz is successful. Nonetheless, I see that getting up around 9, so I'm going to set right now, literally right this moment, I will create an alarm for like 9:15. That gives her a chance to snooze her alarm a couple times and not really wake up, and then I step in and be like, hey, so it's about 15 minutes past when you said you wanted to wake up. Here I am trying to like really rouse you, sort of thing. Just as a backup. I like being able to do that. Ed D, listen to Bagpipes from the single player demo from last year. Oh, that game. Honestly, that game looks like it would be pretty cool. I don't really play a lot of serious, non-fantastic kind of games, and that one, while sci-fi, looks like it has more of a sort of realistic vein to it. But yeah, that music sting and everything, like that was such a great cinematic experience. And I don't think for me it was the bagpipes per se. It was the whole engagement of the visual, the music sting, the narrative that was happening right there in that moment. Didn't have to be bagpipes, but because it was, I get why you say that. But that was really good. Heckin' bagpipes. If we're on about Pirate Software's lack of making games, that's a whole nother can of worms. Yeah, I feel like, here's the thing. I watched this guy who was a famous YouTube videographer, and he took, I don't know, like a 2 or 3 year hiatus, and then he made this video. I can't remember who this guy's name was, so I apologize that I'm forgetting the particulars. But he came back and made this video talking about definitions of self. When you introduce yourself, many people introduce themselves by their name, and in the US, by their occupation. Hi, my name is John, and I'm a videographer. I forget this guy's actual name, but he used to introduce himself as a videographer, and then he realized it had been years since he picked up a video camera and hit record. and then edited that footage later. He was doing nothing that was actually involving videography for a while. He could have said, I used to be a videographer, but to keep introducing yourself as such and not doing any part of that craft is disingenuous. If you become a full-time live streamer, you play games, you talk with your audience, you read your super chats, you make your big, bold claims about knowing the universe really well and how, I don't know, the brain works, and deep philosophical takes and inspirational quotes so that people can clip farm you and post them on YouTube Shorts, which is, I'm pretty sure, Thor's way of making it big was gamifying YouTube Shorts as much as he possibly could, right? That world is a certain world, but that's not the game developer's world. You are a content creator at that point. You are a famous content creator. Don't call yourself a game dev if you're not writing a line of code, if your game hasn't had an update in months, and you're doing great at content creation. Say you're a content creator. Say you're on a hiatus from making your game. Say, I started a really neat game that I want to get back into at some point, but right now I'm really enjoying success as a content creator. How hard is that? Vulnerable, open, expository as to what's actually happening. You can even say, even though this might not end up coming to fruition, I plan to get back into the game very soon. Maybe that doesn't happen, but you can at least state your intentions. And then if you fail or fall short of those, you know, who's going to fault you? You're at least being open and honest about it. His game was a Kickstarter game, and he's missed every date he ever gave. That sucks. That sucks. I hate being late to anything. I hate being late just to a lunch date, let alone leaving thousands of people upset because you can't reach the milestones you say you're going to meet. He was supposed to be done making it back in 2020. And he's still very early in dev now. He takes his show, his takes just show no moral consistency. I see. So like he follows whatever is going to sound good at the time, but maybe doesn't show an actual backbone or like a specific moral rule set or guidelines or something like that. I've seen, we talked about this in a recent stream, a number of the old like debate bro sort of people. I feel like Hasanabi is a little bit guilty of this. Destiny, Vosh, like anybody who argues for a living or competes in the mindset of, you know, how do we talk about things politically, philosophically, that debate other people, and we do research on streams and we talk about big news and that sort of take. These sorts of people are beholden to a certain type of audience, and you can watch them change and evolve over time as their audience changes and evolves over time. Asmongold is another great example, and he's not even in the political or debate bro sphere. He's much more in the reacts and video game commentary sort of sphere, but I think recently he's become this way as well. They are beholden to what their audience wants because that's what keeps the revenue coming in. You'd think for people that have earned as much as they have, they would be more fearless about their takes and just be a certain type of person. But it seems like everything they say is exactly what their audience wants to hear. And they are afraid of saying anything that would ever disenfranchise their audience base. I literally streamed my last streamed to an average of like 3 to 4 people because I had an idea that I wanted to try out and I wasn't afraid to fail, and it failed. It was, you know, it was a badly performing stream. It will incentivize me maybe in the future to think of formatting differently so that I don't fail quite as much. But it's not going to change my core mindset or how I interact with the world or my values or ethics. I will feel the same way as I always have and be consistent. And the only thing that will change my mind is logical argumentation from you all that might de-radicalize me if I'm off base. That, I think, is the way. Not to chase money. I only need so much money as to, keep the lights on and food in people's bellies. I don't need to chase fame. That's not my incentive. And as long as I keep that mindset, I will only ever change my mind if given reasonable evidence that my take is ill-advised and that somebody else has a better way to maximize empathy, minimize suffering, and be more beneficial to the takes that I've already adopted. In which case, boom, I'm there. I'm with you. Those are the moral consistencies that will always drive me. And so I will never be swayed by numbers. You could have 1 million people join my stream and they all are interested in something that enhances suffering and minimizes empathy. I'll send them away. At least right. I say that right now. But if the paycheck were there dangling over my head, like, hey, why don't you just drop the empathy angle and we'll hook you up for 5 years worth of free paychecks, would I say the same thing? Hard to say. I get why big streamers sometimes lose their morality in the face of chasing financial security. It's combative. You are combating your reasonable desire to succeed and survive against your own ethics. I get why people falter. It's like gacha games. They're tackling your very core of your your survivability and your ethics at the same time. I don't blame people, I guess, for losing their moral core, but I'm going to try with all my being not to follow that same fault. Okay, let's catch up with more chat, shall we? I'll stream the ever-loving fuck out of it. You could just watch my VOD. Sounds good. I'm down to support you there. I do already stream the MMO side of the game. Wait, what? This game has like a single player and MMO side? Interesting. Preach. If you give up your morality and I'm still around, I'm going to beat the ever-loving shit out of you. Yes, do it. I would rather have my community hold me accountable and be like, yo, look at this. I just clipped you from 3 years ago. Here's a bit from your YouTube video from 2025 where you said this was your moral consistency at this point, and now you have fallen short of that. Look at you now, listen to the awful dog shit takes D is adopted so that he can chase that royal paycheck, so he can take care of his family in awful ways. You deserve some re-navigation, and I will first get mad at you, and then I'll thank you, probably. That's genuinely how I do. If somebody were to really step in and say, yo, D, you really fucked up, at first, I will probably be a little bit enraged. How dare you? That I feel such outrage right now for the way that you've stepped in and intruded on my life and my well-being. Look, my kids are well fed. They have more opportunities now than they ever have. How dare you? And I'll be like, shit, yeah, you're right though. Because what worth would I have to raise my kids in a certain way, to follow my morality, to teach them the ways of the world as I see fit, to maximize.
You are my dad.
Wait.
You're my dad.
What?
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Oh. Why do you get to shout out yourself again? Or are you just trying to get my attention for something? Preach. Tell me what you need to say. Yeah, what good of a parent would I be if I want to pass mimetic and genetic information through my children to make them the best citizens, the best impact of anyone in their futures, if I could let go of my own morality and ethics to continue to raise them? What kind of a lesson would that teach them? If I said, well, here's what I'm telling you you should do with your lives, but here's what I'm doing with mine to keep you fed. I'd rather miss out on some financial opportunities to hold to a tighter morality so that I was teaching them proper. Star Citizen is a completely crowd-funded project that has an MMO side and a single-player narrative campaign. That's cool. Lila's asking if you would please take her to bed when you come to bed. Sure, I will do so. She really wants to be here with me for now. Okay. As long as your sleep doesn't suffer with having a little cuddle buddy bean, then I don't mind taking her back to her bed when I cut stream. Sounds good to me. She doesn't affect my sleep. She affected mine. Man, this morning, all I wanted was like another hour maybe. And I think I would have been more human with the rest of my day today. But the way that she was having trouble breathing, whether it's allergies or something else, I could not fall back asleep. It's hypervigilance or something. Also, I mean, it was auditory, and having regular auditory sounds from your child while you're trying to sleep and also be a caregiver at the same time. I couldn't do it. I'm a deep sleeper. Yeah, you're way better acclimated than me in that regard. You take care of your resources at night better. As a result, you have more success during daytime hours than I do. The fact that I can now do math in my sleep tells all. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Oz was not able to wake up to her normal alarm on her phone, so she downloaded a super alarm app, and that app does different things every morning to force you to turn off the alarm. And sometimes that can be math, sometimes it's physical movement like walking around. It's like different bars set every morning. You never know what you're going to get. And so to disable the alarm involves like mental gymnastics. And Oz is getting to the point where she can still do the thing to disable the alarm while not actually waking up her basal core. So much so that she can disable the alarm, the complex alarm, and fall back asleep and not have a memory of having done so. It's intense. She is a sleep she's sleep royalty. I do that myself. My parents used to quiz me on math or ask me questions, and I could do all that in my sleep now. Maybe that's good. Maybe having a deep internal knowledge of math that you can do at a unconscious level might be to your benefit. Oz is just like me for real. Holy fuck. I'm pink on my worst enemy. True. If you didn't have a spouse who could wake you up when your body really does not want you to wake up, I think you'd miss out on a lot of important life opportunities, or just come up as like really flaky and incapable of holding to morning responsibilities. Yeah, but I got you as best as I can. They'd have me do some fucked up math too, like full out equation solving, not just simple 5 plus 5. Like, hey, we need some diffie-q work here. Actually, we're going to make you integrate by parts. And you're like, all right, here's the du, here's the dv. Your brain's like doing the whole ugh. Or trig substitution. Do you know any of this stuff? I don't know how far down the math rabbit hole you've gone. I've gone. I was maybe like 3 or 4 classes away from a math major. I should have just stuck with it. But then at the same time, I didn't know what to take a math major with me to go apply for. Like, I didn't see the job opportunities there except in academia. So I wasn't sure why I was going to pursue that. Love you too. My mom literally asked me to do derivatives. Damn. Derivatives. I feel like I could do derivatives in my sleep, but not integrals. Is that weird? Just like multiplication is one mental mindscape, but division is, while the inverse of multiplication, also a degree of difficulty, more than a degree of difficulty higher. I feel like that's just the case for every inverse function. Addition is one thing, subtraction more than a degree difficult, division more than a degree difficult, integration more than a degree difficult. I don't know why that is, but it's the case. Crazy stuff. Hi and welcome. If they were beyond simpler ones like easy trig rule stuff, I'd not be able to do it. Yeah, math majors, code making, breaking. I guess CIA, DIA, FBI, alphabet noodle soup agencies. I did consider going into a government agency. Most of them involved me relocating. And at the time of my life where I was interested in maybe pursuing that endeavor, I had so much of my life wrapped around the locations that I lived in for quite a while, for several seasons of my life. It didn't feel like I could make sense of it, which sucks because I probably skipped out on a lot of opportunities to be, well, I don't know. I say it sucks, but if I went to government agency life, while yes, I would have hit a certain amount of financial solvency, I also, the impact I would have on the public would have been different than what I have right now as I pursue content creation. I feel like I have the potential to reach a much larger audience doing this than doing government work, even though government work is sort of like you benefit your whole nation. Right now, I feel like, especially given all the different platforms I stream on, I could benefit the world, anybody who finds me through their algorithm. And I'm not constrained by what my government tells me is the right thing to say. I can say, short of, following TOS, what's on my mind. And that's so liberating. And what I want to teach is an increase of empathy, a decrease in suffering, a gathering of minds, an optimization of what we're doing, an awakening of those who come home exhausted from their jobs and just want to decompress and kill off all their higher level brain cells. I want to help everybody advance and have a better life, have better quality of life. I don't know that I could do that at the same capacity as a government agent. So maybe I'm making the right decision here. I stopped at DiffyQ myself. Okay, I've gone a ways down past that. Yeah. Calc 2 was brutal. True. I suffered the most in Calc 1 and 2 out of all of my classes in math. After I passed those basic calc classes, everything beyond that, I honestly felt clicked in easier and more fluently than that did. Calc 2 maybe being the worst of the journey. But honestly, because so much of it was, it's not formulaic. It involves incredible, excruciating trial and error and memorizing complex structures and functionalities. And the memorization part, I'm usually pretty good at, but it was nuanced in a way that didn't allow for easier rote memorization. Like language. Language can have really crazy, irregular rules to it. So many languages have irregularities, English being the worst, of course. And for some reason, my brain lights up to those. Whereas solve this integral and do it by any means you know how. And they won't tell you it's by parts, it's by trig sub, it's by whatever, it's by DiffyQ. I get frustrated at that. Yeah. I was a whiz at calc, trig, etc. until statistics. Oh, I didn't do bad in statistics. I failed the class the first time round. Interesting. Statistics is, to me, just... it's a paradigm shift, but the actual math involved isn't terrible. Discrete math was bullshit. I had fun in my discrete math class, but the reason I did is because my friends and I had a bullshit teacher, and we stopped going to his lectures and instead only went to the TA hours. And he had a terrific TA. That was rare. Most TAs I wouldn't call terrific. I would just say, you know, they're putting in what they need to get their requirements out of the way. But the TA I had for discrete math was fantastic at instructional design. His ID background, I don't know what it was, but he was so good at explaining things from so many different angles. If you got stuck with the example that he gave, he was more than willing to create a completely different example that addressed the same issue but didn't have any of the same particulars. He was fantastic. He met every single person in his hours where they were. The lecturer, the actual professor of discrete math that I had, was awful. Me and my friends had this weird pet theory about this guy, that he was a janitor that somebody loved. Some dean was like, "You are a great guy. I love you. I love your family. I want to hook you up. I want to give you a good salary. You need to do something better than janitor work," and put him into professor status. Because this asshole, I kid you not, would take the textbook for the discrete math class, take the textbook, write down all the examples from a given chapter in a yellow ledger notepad of sorts. And then he'd come to class. He would not have the textbook out. He would use his yellow ledger notepad and then copy those examples from the notepad up onto the whiteboard verbatim. But we were all required to buy the textbook. So you just open the textbook to the same section that he's teaching, and you could see literally the examples that he was writing on the board were literally number for number what you saw in the textbook. But he wasn't using the textbook. Why copy them onto yellow note paper and then copy them onto the whiteboard? It's like he was trying to lie to us that he was making these examples up himself and writing them down in his own special paper when he's literally fucking copying them from the textbook. And then once we found that out, that didn't take long to find out, right? 2 or 3 days. And we were like, shit, this guy only writes the examples that the textbook gives. So we started to ask him. One of my friends went out on a limb and he was like, so I don't really get what you just said. Could you give us a different example of this same functionality? Like, I want to learn what it is that you're explaining to me. Could you just give us, I don't like this example. Could you give me a different example? And the professor stonewalled him. He's like, well, let's look at this example and you tell me what you don't understand and I'll try to explain it to you. He would not procure a different example despite the student requesting it. And at that point, we're like, fuck this guy. He doesn't know shit about discrete math. We got to bounce. We never went back to his classroom ever again except for test days. And there are only 3 or 4 of those in a given. I was on a quarter system at my university. So, we didn't have a long time with them. But in that quarter, I had to be there 3 or 4 times after we made that discovery. I never went to his class except for those test days. The test days we went, we did fine. We did fine on the test days. We didn't have to do any of his lectures because what were we going to learn that he wasn't going to give us except what was in the textbook? And the TA, during the TA's hours, taught us that fucking class. That guy was gold. That professor needed to be fired. And I fucking hate tenure for this. I have yet to hear a good argument against tenure. I don't think tenure should ever exist for a professor. Prove me wrong. End rant. Thank you for listening to my fucking TED Talk. Stats were super easy to me. Yeah, I had a fantastic prob stats professor. I think I've mentioned this in the previous conversation. I just went to a really crazy university. My prob stats professor looked like a pinup doll. She had like a certain short model pinup sort of hairstyle. She wore crazy heavy makeup. She looked like a bubblegum chewing, absolute bimbet sort of person. She dressed somewhat provocatively. She just looked like you would talk to her and she would, one, be extremely vapid, and two, seduce you in just a couple words. Like that type of person. She very much cared about aesthetic. She very much cared about cutesy, and sort of like an old like Betty Boop sort of feeling for her aesthetic. Despite that, she was a fucking genius. The discrete math guy, absolute moron, right? Couldn't teach anything. Couldn't teach anything that the textbook didn't already teach you. But this professor, my prob stat professor, looked a certain way. I'm sure her peers probably had a certain view of her. But this is why I am so adamant against people judging somebody else based on looks, and why I especially hate when streamers are like, look at this guy. He's balding. He's divorced. He's like, look at the station of his life. Look at his desk. Look at how many like soda containers he has. What a moron. It's like, you cannot judge somebody by their looks. This absolute Betty Boop lady who looked like she could easily stand on a street corner and woo plenty of Johns over was one of the best math professors I've ever had in my entire life. She could explain 5 different ways a complicated probability issue or a complicated statistical issue so that literally everybody in the class got it. I imagine, I don't know if this is the case, but I imagine her matriculation rate to higher grades was much better than a significant number of other professors at my university not because she was easy. Her tests were difficult. She put a lot of homework on her plates. She made difficult tests that involved a lot of recollection, a lot of higher level thinking. There are a lot of word problems where you really had to parse what it was the problem was trying to present in order to showcase that you understood how to turn that into the proper statistics, the proper probability, combinatorics or whatever. But she got us there. I feel like her success rate was probably very high because she was so good at meeting so many different students' needs in understanding something that is a difficult type of math for the brain to wrap around, even a mathematical mind to wrap around, because it's not the same thing as logic. It's not the same thing as geometric proofs. It's dramatically different. She was great. Never judge somebody by their cover. Both stats 1 and 2 were easy for you. I didn't take another class after that one, but I also don't believe I needed to. The way I was building my my curriculum, the reason I took so much math is because when I was at university, the school that I went to did not have a computational linguistics major. Very few universities I knew at that time did, but that's what I was interested in. Google Translate and live translation military. I had friends who were army deployed in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia who wore earpieces that could pick up chatter around them and live translate in their ear what they were hearing around them spoken in Arabic or Urdu or whatever. I wanted to get involved in that world, in the parsing of natural languages from, one body to another with minimal lag and all that sort of, like, that was my bag, and I couldn't find a way to study that at most classic universities. So I worked with my dean at the Information Computer Science division of my school, and we built something together that was like 70% hard sciences, lots of math, lots of programming, and 30% social sciences. The school I went to had like a light side of campus and a dark side of campus. The dark side of campus were all the nerds, smelly, bad hygiene, bad manners people that went to all the like hard maths and hard engineering and everything. And then the light side of campus were all the beautiful, hot and attractive people that took all of the social sciences and lighter curricula, politics, and all that kind of stuff, law. And those people never interacted with the dark side almost ever. I had the benefit of having both experiences, both sides of the campus. The linguistics side was on the light side of campus, so I took 30% linguistics, and really enjoyed my time there as well, and tried to build something that was like a a computational linguistics degree where there wasn't one. All right, we're probably done with this game for now. I don't want to progress where Oz cannot, so let's change things up. I've stayed in that one room long enough, I feel. Thanks for listening to my TED Talks. I always feel like I want to say stuff like that when I've gone on long rants. I don't really have Final Fantasy stuff that I particularly want to engage in at this hour. Usually at this time of night. Well, what have I done the last couple of Saturdays? I've actually kind of forgotten or no-brained what it was that I've gotten myself involved in. I know one of my post missed streams, we just played Balatro for a while. A lot of people seem to get engaged in the gameplay of that. It's fun because that's a game that I can kind of no mind and still be chatty with you all and play. Let me pop into Rivals real quick because there's an event that I've almost actually I think I may have already completed this. Just want to double check. Let's see where we've gotten. You good? I was just enjoying listening, dude. Perfect. That's why we're here. Hopefully you all are with me on stream because you like to hear me talk otherwise. Why are you here? I'm not the person that mainlines games. I'm the person who sits in one area of a game and parkours around the surfaces of the game while we have deeper conversations. If you're not here for that branding, boy, have you met the wrong community. Cool stuff down the pipeline. I am actually working on editing a series of shorts that I will post in short format on short format platforms. YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok, Xiaohongshu, also known as Red Note in the United States. A number of places where only short form. Yeah, I don't need these purple currencies, so I basically done everything I need for this. Maybe let's pop in a Final Fantasy actually, because as much as Balatro is fine and fun and all, there's still like long whatchamacallits, long-term goals I have for my Final Fantasy account. And some of that is getting every job to 100. It takes time and dedication, and I have neither of those. So whenever I can, I try to pop into the game and make some progress there. Although I think this game actually might be going down for maintenance for the new patch soon. I don't know if that's the case. We'll find out. If I pop in, I can only do like one instance, and then the game goes off onto maintenance downtime. Then I don't know. We'll pop up Balatro or something for the remainder of the stream. That's a huge goal. Wait, which is a huge goal? getting everything to 100 in Final Fantasy. That's not that huge if you've been keeping up. That's not that huge. I am in trouble with my fleece, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I do not have enough fleecy animals in my sanctuary. A lot of these animals have feathers and scales and fur. So I dedicated myself to some production that I don't think I'm going to be able to keep up with. That's just my bad. That's fine. Oh, everything to 100? Yeah. What can I say? I'm not a completionist when it comes to like, I have to have every mount. I have to have every minion. I have to have every achievement. I don't think those things are that interesting to me. But I do like the idea of experiencing every type of gameplay. And that means, you know, all the different types of DPS and healing and tanking. That's interesting to me. I do miss the older MMOs that had more than just the Holy Trinity. But given that everything that's modern and new generally just coheres to the Trinity, I'll at least be interested in each of those. We did popularity of punities, which are punities. It's supposed to be manatees, but punities. I'm not that far off from getting hundreds everywhere. The only places where I've been slower in my progress are crafting and gathering. And the reason I am is because I'm not pressing to gain speedy progress in those when literally every expansion so far has added some sort of alternative content that gets you faster crafting and faster gathering levels. That's generally done in the form of what used to be called beast tribes, but is now called society quests. Society quests are fun. They're easy. They're repetitive daily stuff, and you can do them as many jobs as you want to level up through. And the progression, the little side stories that you unlock, I think are pretty interesting world building. I like them. I really liked them for the last couple expansions. And it seems like Dawn Trail will also have them coming down the pipeline. So do I want to do stuff that's more tedious and grindy in the meantime because I'm being impatient? Or do I just wait for those society quests to be patched into the game later on? I'd rather just wait, personally. I just want the Trinity to go back to being the Trinity. Did you know that it used to be a quaternity? What did it, not the tankinity? Yeah. You and I both watched the same video on that. I was mentioning maybe on Wednesday we'd watch that video and react to it. But yeah, I've been in personally, and I don't play this game. I don't mainline this game because I've got a lot of other things I'm trying to do on the off days when I'm not streaming. But when I do play this game, I have been in a couple circumstances where literally the team has died except for one tank, and that tank does not need anybody else to finish the fight. One, we all died at 40%. The monster had 40% of its health bar still left behind. And guess what? The tank was able to finish 40% of a boss fight, a 4-man boss fight by themselves with no issue at all. The game is not balanced well. The game is too easy. This game has always been too easy, in my opinion. But the longer it's survived, the easier it's gotten. And this game generally, Final Fantasy XIV bases a significant amount of its success on World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is also one of the easiest MMOs in existence. I know that might sound weird. Is there hard content in World of Warcraft? Is there hard content in Final Fantasy 14? You betcha. You betcha. I used to play the older MMOs had the end game content was only accessed by a small sliver percentage of the total population that played the game. Not because people didn't have the guts or the time to devote or the grind. Maybe the game was particularly grindy. It was because the games were hard. They were so hard. EverQuest 1 in particular, my first big MMO, was hard. If you died at max level, you de-leveled one level and you had to gain all the experience back to get to max level again. You could not do max level content until you gained your experience back. That's a challenge no modern MMO maker will let you go through again because they want more money, so they want more of their subscribing audience to feel like they can see everything they paid for. And your average modern MMO subscriber wants to feel like all the money they put in allows them access, grants them access to all of the game. They don't want to feel like part of the game is off limits because they're not good enough to play it. But older games didn't have that issue. They were fine saying, hey, this is a really badass dragon fight. If you're not a good enough player to be involved in this dragon fight, we don't need you to experience that content. Somebody will come back to town and you'll be doing your banking and you'll turn around and you'll see somebody with a flaming sword and a dragon head as a helmet. And you'll look at that person and go, holy shit, this is the coolest person on the server. And you know what? That person was the coolest person on the server. Nobody else had that shit. In some servers, in some MMOs, there could be only one of something. Certain items were unique. Certain titles were unique. Certain people were famous for how good they were at the game, and everybody knew them as a celebrity in their hometown in the game. It's good shit. I'd love that. Honestly, those hardcore rules excite me. It's more interesting to me to see a game make big, make the world feel big, challenging, and impactful. If you see somebody with amazing armor, I want to believe that that person succeeded some amazing trial to look so cool. In Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft, if somebody looks cool, it's just because they did the same end game shit that everybody else can do. Everybody can win at those games. Everybody can look cool at these games. Older games, everybody looked like they were wearing threadbare armor and pots for shoulders and, you know, artisan crafted stuff that looked only so good. But the epic, glowy, magical, impressive shit was only won by a select few. And the game was a quaternity. MMOs originally were a quaternity because older MUDs and pen and paper RPGs used to have a concept going that you could survive enemy attacks or deal massive damage or repair all of your allies or, and this one's the one that kind of suffered over time, control the battlefield. What does control look like? Buffs to your allies, debuffs on your enemies, charming an enemy and forcing them to behave the way you want them to, mesmerizing and stunning enemies so that there are less to attack at any given time, manipulating the world around you, changing the terrain. All of these things involved something that was greater. Generally, the role was called CC, which stood for crowd control. And the crowd controllers could adjust and alter the flow of the game. Your mana's not coming back fast enough to manage the flow of the dungeon. The crowd controller would change your mana regeneration. The rogue was being out damaged by the enemies. The crowd controller would grant haste to the rogue and make their attacks faster. Crowd controllers had a really interesting bevy of nuanced and more mature ways to contribute to a fight than I give you hit points, I take enemy hit points, I take less damage. They actually required thought. And that's why I think that they've been removed from MMOs, because people don't want to have to strategize. They just want to push their 5 buttons in succession and win. Yeah. Lots from Lycos. Hi. I miss the old 4-class system. You know this. Buffers just don't exist now. Buffers and class control. Yeah. D, let me fucking kiss you. I always wanted to be a CC healer type deal. Yeah. And in some modern games, some folks did try to bring it back to some degree. They did want the world of the Quaternity to come back in some regard. 25 minutes on leveling roulette? What? Can we do literally anything else with a shorter? Why is everything such a long queue time? I guess it's late for everybody, but holy crap, why? 11 minutes? There's got to be something with a shorter queue time than these. Normal raids, less than 5 minutes. Okay, thank God something has a... Warhammer Online, which died, sadly. At least some of the tank classes, most of the tank classes, and some of the healer classes had CC built in. There were stuns, there were knockbacks, there were pushes and shifts and all sorts of fun things you could do with the jobs that made, or the classes that made it more than just I take your damage or I replenish your damage. Yeah. Where I wasn't like the primary healer, but I'm the tactician. Yeah, I love that. 14 just has no CC classes. 14 actually has CC abilities, and they're very, very minimal. They exist in a lot of different jobs, and the amount of impact that they have is so slight. And in most big fights, trials, raids, you cannot use these abilities. You cannot sleep an enemy. You cannot stun an enemy for very long, or in some cases ever. And every CC has incredible diminishing returns. So if you try to do sleep twice in a row, it does significantly less the next time around and the next time around. They really don't want you to feel like CC works in Final Fantasy XIV. I hate it. I do enjoy games that let you be all 4 at the same time, though, too. Yeah, I do like that. In Goofy Space Game I was talking about earlier, you can be all 4, but really each person has a specific role to play if you want actually good group cohesion. I do like that. I like the ability to have more on your plate than you can do successfully in a fight, and then you and your friends decide who takes care of what spheres to make sure that you're all... that you've covered all bases. I do like that. And then you can shift around if somebody dies or somebody gets, messed up in some way. Yeah. The space combat can and does play out like actual tactics and stuff in bigger fights. Your light fighters go toe-to-toe with other fighters to clear the airspace for heavy fighters and bombers. That's cool. Medium fighters can tango up and down, but are masters of none. Hang on while I... set up some basic stuff here. Oh, I should probably make somebody my dance partner. I realize we're doing higher level content here. So I really do need to ensure that I'm doing the right amount of damage here. Oh my. You have ships specialized in EMP and pinning down enemies to keep them from escaping. Nice. That sounds awesome. What are we? Oh my goodness. I had no idea what we were up against there. Hello? Who has joined? Toady. How are you? Thanks for popping in. I wasn't sure I was going to see you this stream, but here you are, defying my expectations. I'm just kidding. Oh my other meter's full. My saber dance meter. Oh, okay. I didn't misstep. We're just, oh, what is this? I don't, everything's glowing but the platforms. Do we need to stand on the platforms? Did I do the right thing? Am I doing it? I don't remember this fight at all. I feel like I've never seen this guy before in my life. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, this is one of the raids from... Oh, do we need to stack? We'll stack. Oh my. I didn't... This was a time where I quit grinding Final Fantasy XIV. I had done so much grind for so many years, and I really did need to back off and take care of some personal things. Also, Oz and I were... Oh, shit. I'm getting hit by that no matter what. Oz and I were going through some major stuff. If you know, you know. And I just... I agree with my life choices, but it definitely leaves parts of the game from this era wildly disconnected from our experiences compared to some other folks in our guild and whatnot that probably stayed with it and kept up. We had some major catching up to do when we decided at Dawn Trail that we were going to be active again in our free company and with everybody else. Not just catching up in game, but also trying to convince the folks that hadn't seen us on our server for a while, like, hey, we still want to be your friends. We still want to be connected with you. It wasn't anything personal. It was literally... Oh, shit. Oh, that one really hurt. It was literally in our lives, we didn't have room for this, which sucks. Because I've been on MMOs for years, so to say, hey, we don't have space to be in an MMO with our favorite people really sucked. It affected our mental health not to be more engaged in Final Fantasy, to be perfectly honest. Thank you for the self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
I will indulge. Probably after this fight. Just to make sure we kill this thing first. Okay, we killed it. Oh, I need to go spend on my poetics. Oz said they knew of a good way to dump out poetics. Toady, what's your favorite way to get rid of poetics? I used to buy demi crystals in Idleshire, and she says there's a better way. There's a more cost beneficial way to spend them. Yeah, I don't remember the fight either. Oh, goodbye, Instagram. We've hit the 4-hour mark. I'm so glad that Instagram stays at 4 hours now. Oh, that Wait. Yeah. We usually do 5 hours on Saturdays these days. I was like, wait, is it really that late? It's not. It's just... That's Instagram for you. Bum, 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 bum. Must. Wait, must? Looking a little different? What are you trying to say? Fuck you, autocorrect. Oh, missed. Yeah, I didn't change the stream info. I probably should. Destroyers strike deep into enemy carrier fleets and decimate fighters, but are susceptible to long-range missile strikes and stealth bomber strikes. Oh, that's awesome. The hell is this fight? Yeah, it's one of the Pandemonia fights. I just don't remember them. There's, what, 12 of them? I only played each one like once, maybe twice tops. That one I'd never seen again after I beat it the one time. I don't remember it at all. Cruisers brawl both up and down, relying both upon being easier to field than destroyers because they're more shielded, having more variety in firepower options. Sounds like a lot of fun. I don't know that I'm bought into spacecraft warfare, but I do appreciate their consideration for variety of gameplay nuance for everybody. What I think would get me into a game like this is if all of my friends were also playing it too, because that's easiest way to get me to buy in for a multiplayer game is, are my friends playing it? That's one of the reasons I've stayed in Final Fantasy XIV for so long, is my friends are playing it. If not for that, I cannot stay. Even if I love the game, I will not stay. If my friends, I'll quit. I swear I've not done this fight. I swear you have. You've just no-minded it just like me. Your logistics team sits in the back and handles refueling and restocking your fleet during the flight. Oh, I'd love to do that. Your medical ships try to recover and place troops as they fall. Boarding ships try to take over enemy ships and remove their threat from inside out. That sounds awesome too. I remember basically all the dungeons, raids, and trials I've done. That's impressive because I don't. I definitely do not. All of these function in tandem in larger fights. Amazing. Every person has a role. Every ship has a role. Every role has its place. I like that. I like working like that. I probably would have enjoyed that with EVE Online, except I got addicted to trading and I became an amazing trader in EVE Online. My spreadsheets were insane. Can I pull something up and just show you what I mean? Do I have any of that? I'll have to do that. Maybe I'll do that in Discord because I don't know where I would find. It would take me a while to try to find. But like my trading spreadsheets were insane. I had trackings on so many different materials and different types of what's the word I'm looking for? Different markets for different components, and I was all over I had so much of the market under my thumb. There were a few people I was in combat with, but for the most part, I had so much control. I was gaining at an incredible pace. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much traders are expected to earn like ROI on a day-to-day basis, but like on a month-to-month basis, I was doing pretty good. I was doing pretty darn good. I had some big investors dumping a lot of money into me, and I made sure everybody, even when I made mistakes at first, I recovered from every mistake. I made sure that they made out with some pretty damn good profits for trusting in me. Yeah. But I did not get into ship combat because of that. Even beyond that, each of the multi-crew ships have your gunners, pilot, engineers, support staff. Are you part of the salvage crew collecting up the remains of your enemies should you have won, or try to limp your crippled ships out if you need to retreat? Damn. It's crazy. I kind of dumped my poetics into animal weapons. Oh, yeah, I did that for a while, but I kind of lost track of where I was with the last one, so now I don't remember. After the fake grind step, it's basically unsynced dungeons and tombstones. Yeah, I just want to make money off my poetics. Or do you defend your bases? Do you take up mining or gather raw ores to hand off to the crafting team to resupply and rebuild your fleet and colonize new territory? Damn, amazing. Maybe you just go out surveying lands to find new good base locations or ore deposits. That to me doesn't sound as much fun. That's Oz's bag. She likes to do that in Minecraft. Go and explore and find new stuff. And I like to build where we have edified. Yeah. D-drop shipped warfare for financial warfare. Honestly, it's a lot of fun. And I feel like, honestly, because I did that for a good season of my life, I gave it up because it was really cutting into my time with Oz. Being a trader, I needed to be on Eve for a certain amount of hours every day in order to do trading. And there was nothing else for it. I had to keep up. Every day I had to get my trades in. And it was affecting my relationship. So I had to quit. Yeah. Had to be done. So, but I feel like it taught me how to be a better investor. And when we eventually got to a place where we could invest some of our savings, I feel much more confident in what I was able to do with that. Hey, it's a toady. Welcome. You dodged my heart. How dare you? Just kidding. We don't have a lot of money in savings, but the money that we do have in savings, I feel is growing at a healthy rate, especially how bad things are with the economy right now, that we're doing okay in case of a rainy day. Like if we have another medical emergency, we will be okay, unlike the 2023 thing that we went through, because of some of the lessons I learned in EVE Online. I wish the economy were up to the standards of EVE yet, but it ain't there right now. I mean, EVE probably took time to get there, right? I don't think it was there at launch. The game's old now, ancient. Literally everything being handmade by players in EVE is just so cool. I respect it, but it can also make for a challenging experience to new people. It's not a welcoming game. And it is a distrust simulator. You know, most people in the game have their own incentives and investments. And so you learn early on that it's almost impossible to trust and rely on others unless you just happen to get into a nice consortium or whatever. I have literally no savings. I mean, yeah. Sometime, Likos, I'll have to tell you the epic, off stream, the epic lore of what happened to us and, you know, where our savings went. But I feel like we've made some smart decisions to make sure that we have that emergency thing. They say in America, especially recently, that most people are literally just like one major emergency away from bankruptcy, poverty, crazy debt, all sorts of like really bad things happening to them. And I believe that. I believe some of it is money mismanagement, but I believe the vast majority of it is we just live in a world right now where Americans are not compensated what they need to get their basic needs met at most jobs. And I don't know how to solve for that, because the money inequality issue is at a policy level, and the policy is set by politicians who are guided by the lobbying of the people that want to keep the current infrastructure in place. So, you know, is it guillotines? Is it a revolution? What is it? What is it to resolve the issues that we have right now? I'm not sure, but it's got to be hard. So the fact that we have like one major emergency in the holster, or like in backlog for ourselves, I feel like we're winning at life just because of that, you know, which is crazy. That shouldn't be the standard. Yeah, if Oz or I got diagnosed with something crazy or needed like a major medical intervention, a surgery, an imaging, even just getting like an MRI or CAT scan. Like that's enough to break the bank for a lot of people. Like we can handle one more crazy thing happening, one more or car being totaled or whatever. And then we're in the same boat as everybody else. Yeah. If something happens, I'm completely fucked. I have negative 13 cents in my bank account. Whoa, how did you do that? I have unsave everything as an Eve. Yeah, that's a hard reality for that game. Even just flying around, you're constantly at risk all the time. Literally all the time. I moved from the trade hub where I started the game to one of the most major trade hubs in the game so I could grow as a trader. And just that move, I was fearing my life the whole time. That's me right now. I absolutely hate being in that situation. I hate that so many people are that way too. It's like, if you think about it in terms of, let's just pretend we're rich people that are also creating this policy. This is bad for your country. This is bad for the things you want to do. If you want to go to nice country clubs, nice resorts, go out and shop at regular places, be around the populace. You want the workers, you want all of those white collar and blue collar people you interact with to be well taken care of, because the more confident and protected they are of their lifestyle, the better service they're going to grant you, the better time you're going to have, the less fear you're going to have of theft, the just generally the nicer the country you're in is, if everybody else too has at least some basic modicum of support and security. You don't want to live in a place where only you're secure and everybody else is kind of like eyeing your pockets for an opportunity or ready to exploit or scam you in some way because they're so hard up. You don't want that lifestyle around you as an incredibly wealthy person. So why conduct policy that way? My hours just got cut at work again too. I'm down to 10 hours. Oh my gosh, you need a different job. I had to do another immediate job find. 100%. Shit, you get hours, Likos. Lucky. I've got the most unstable work schedule since I don't get rostered. I'm just on the oh shit list for last minute covers. How much would you say you work in a given week then? In that sort of like ad hoc methodology. At this point, at my job, I just don't give a fuck. Honestly, yeah, I get that. At some point, you have to, as an employer, you have to take into account that if you don't support your employees enough, they're going to act in chaotic ways because you've made a situation in which they can't trust you. If they can't trust you, all kinds of crazy shit's going to happen. Right? I don't understand how people don't get that. Again, take care of the people around you and you'll have better outcomes all the time. You take care of those under you. This was the I hate to say this because this system failed so hard. But if you were to imagine that a system works based on how it's like mentioned on paper, Reaganomics should be the way the US properly takes care of its citizenry. You get some people who have major success for major ideas, who invest lots of their big level income into the means of production, and they create very successful big businesses. Then what do they do with that money? They create foundations and trusts, and they help out their people around them. They make centers for the arts. They take care of all their employees. Everybody who works hard for a given number of years gets a pension. The greatest successes in the U.S. would then invest in everybody who helped them with that success. and the rising tides would raise all ships, right? That's the dream. And that shit just doesn't happen. Those rich fucks out there don't do that. Although if you are a rich fuck and you want to do that, send your money my way. I will help get you to that reality that I'm talking about. The one in which good things happen to a wider variety of people than you have your own outreach for. Oh shit, where are we going to stand? How about right here? I don't get paid enough to care. 100%. That's so many people right now. There's just not enough money being sent out into the workforce to get people to care more. We were shopping and I watched an employee do like, just today, I watched an employee do something kind of like shady, the kind of like basically proverbially shoving a mess under the rug kind of thing. Like, as long as my bosses don't see me do this, I'm going to do this because I really don't give a fuck. I don't want this to turn into more work for me later. And I saw her do it, and I just kind of like shrugged, like, yeah, if I were in your shoes and I was paid what you were for this job, I also would do the same. Just like hide the problem. It's going to be somebody else's problem sometime later, not yours right now. Only about 4 to 9 hours a week? Dang. That's brutal. That is brutal. Not enough to subsist. At least not in the U.S. Maybe you're doing okay. Oof. We need some heals, healers. No. Shit. Got boned. I'm not watching well enough what's going on. I think the final straw was the major blizzard we had on Wednesday. Damn. We weren't allowed to close to let employees get home safely before the blizzard shut down all roads. What happened? What do your employers do at that time? I mean, they can't leave you at their job and not pay you, right? You had to get paid for being stuck there, for being part of your job duties, I'd imagine. Hopefully they paid you. Ah, not this one too. Did I get out in time? Thank God. Left hand, good. I'm going to get 100 on Dancer sooner than later, probably in the next week or so. And then I will only have 2 more DPS jobs to get to 100. Summoner and Pictomancer, which I've been actually saving. Been saving Pictomancer to because it looks so much fun, actually. It looks fun. And I'm saving it as a treat to myself. Funny enough as that sounds, that's literally what I'm doing. I was like, oh, this seems like new and fun, and I want to explore a new class that actually looks up my alley. Are we going back to the same? We are not. Whoops. This good? Here is good? Nope. Here is good? Oh my gosh. That was close. It got so bad the city shut down the police, fire department, ambulances, etc. Jeez. Even the snow plows got called off because it was too dangerous. And you had to stay for work. That's some bullshit. Honestly. Where's this guy? Up there? Oh, shit. Turn this way. We can't do damage to him anyway. Make yourself safe. We gonna get heals, please? This guy's dead. You're done. You're done. We were finally able to go home when the manager said enough was enough. He'll get in trouble, but he doesn't care. He's sending us home. Jeez. So he finally had like a change of heart or whatever. Finally had some shred of conscience come up. Like, oh, okay. Crazy. Sure enough, he got in a fuck ton of trouble, and everyone who did leave got ridden up by a district manager. Wow. How does that... I would... If there was an HR number or something, I don't know who you work for, but I would absolutely report that district manager. Be like, look, this guy, you know, put us out. And who's going to, like, you work in retail, right? Like, who's going to come to your shop in those kind of conditions? You're just hemorrhaging money staying there. You're not going to matriculate into sales when there's a huge storm going. People aren't going to come in. Insane. My respect to my managers, but genuinely fuck the company. Yeah. I don't blame you one bit. From the bottom of my heart, I imagine you mean to say eat dicks, get hit by a bus, and jump off a cliff. My manager was cussing her out too. Good. We were waiting to see if we could go home. When she said no, he blew up and started screaming shit he'd do. Oh, the shit he'd do to her if she was present. You're told to still work. Jeez, why? What good does that do? What good does that do? In a huge blizzard. They're trying to exploit you for labor at that point. Ew. It hurts. I don't like it. We're told to grab the flashlights and stock shelves in the dark. Jeez. I haven't worked a job where they would have felt comfortable letting that happen. But again, when I started in the workforce, I was in Southern California. I feel like their protections get made fun of by other states. Like, oh, look at California with all their stupid ass regulations and high taxes and high cost of living and all that sort of shit. But the way people are exploited, like third world country minions in other states, then you look at California and you're like, you know what though? California at least gives some modicum of protection to people so that there's some sense of dignity. Because it means that you can't be taken advantage of like that because there's laws against it. And do you need laws against it to have employers treat you properly? Or will employers treat you properly because it's the right thing to do? They'll never treat you properly because it's the right thing to do. Fuck them. Employers have an antagonistic relationship with their employee base. Employees will always try to get the most money for the least amount of labor, which sucks. That sucks. That's a shitty thing to realize, is that as somebody who employs people, you will always have to be fighting to get them to actually do their fucking jobs. It's true. I will say to the credit of those people who work in employing jobs where your job is to hire other people. It does suck trying to find incentivization for people who don't want it. Oh shit, I got hit by it. I even picked up the shield too. I still get hit by it. But the employees, that's the employees' sort of incentive. The employer's incentive is to exploit the workers such that they get maximal productivity for putting in minimal money into their employee base. It's their job to try to spend the least amount of money on you as possible. That's why in some companies they'll try to get rid of senior people so that they can replace you with somebody fresh and be like, well, here's the starting pay. This is what you're going to start earning. And they, you know, save a lot of money that way. Maybe they reduce the overall productivity, but maybe overall the savings is worth it. I don't think I need this time. All power out. The city had over 100,000 people without power, and pretty much every road was shut down. Why stay at work? Where's the ROI for having you all stay on? That's from an employer perspective. What are they earning from you staying there? Except power grab. I knew the Mist series was a bit weird. This is especially odd. I know. I'll change. Okay, after this raid, I will change the stream definition. Maybe it doesn't even matter. I won't even know how late I'll stay up. Will I stay up the whole rest of the half hour? Maybe we'll just stop playing after this and catch up on chat and then say goodnight to everybody. All emergency services were shut off too. It's so fucked. We were told to fucking stock shelves with flashlights and our coats on. Fuck that bullshit, dude. Yeah. Thank you for the self-care. I'll probably wait until after I'm done with the raid to participate in self-cares, just to let you know. In a situation where customers were not going to come in either. Yeah. Had 2 people come in during the storm. They were emergency crews that needed stuff. I thought my job was rough at times. Yeah, I've heard some crazy stories about emergency folks. I have a cousin who worked as EMT in Los Angeles County. And the amount that they don't get paid for sometimes being first responders and sometimes being last responders, i.e., picking up crime scenes and they do not get paid what they should for what they have to see and do. We're talking domestic violence situations that shouldn't be an EMT's job. We're talking about children, things that will make you quit on the spot, except you cannot fucking afford to live in LA and just quit your job because you don't like your job. I am so impressed. I've known people in my life, some ballsy people that have said, you know what? I don't really have an exit strategy. I just hate my job so much. It gives me such PTSD. I'm so upset at the way my boss treated me or the way a customer talked to me. I just had to leave. You know what? It was such bullshit. I was being so mistreated or so abused, or it was a hard day where I had to cover like 5 other people's jobs. And I said, you know what? No more. And I quit. I would love to have that kind of economic freedom. I would love to be that bougie, to be able to say, because I was mistreated, I will quit my job. I've never had that kind of freedom. So, if you decide that your morality and ethics matter so much more to you than a paycheck, and that does not put you out on the streets begging for food, awesome. That's some amazing what's the word I'm looking for? Some amazing power, amazing financial rights that I have never had access to myself. Good for you if you can make that decision. I've never made that decision. I've not been out on the streets, but I've been living in my car. So not by my own I'm going to quit my job because I hate the way I'm treated. But for many other for very, very complex reasons. We back out? We back out. That guy forgot to back out. Or he doesn't know this fight. Uh-oh. That one's not me. Okay, good. One of them, their snowplow truck broke and he walked over to grab a parts to repair it. Oof. Walked in a blizzard. That's brutal. Yeah, this is fine. The other was someone needing some medicine for their dog or something, and they got a ride from the city snowplow. Wow. That's, you gotta love your dog, and also probably hate your dog a little bit for making you take that trip out. Like, I love you, buddy, but, I will remember this. I will remember. This will not go unnoticed. Worst I've dealt with at work is spilling hot oil down my leg. Oof. That could be like a permanent scar, though. I hope you didn't scar yourself. That could be awful. I had a friend who worked fry cook at a restaurant we both worked at together at the same time. And one time he was holding a basket that he was going to have to dump onion rings into. So he's holding the basket with one hand like this, and then he's got the fried onion rings. He's dumping them from their big old, I guess that's a basket too, but like, you know, the fry dipping cage that you dip things into the deep fryer. And he dumps them into the basket, but one onion ring lands on his thumb. He tries to shake it. It doesn't move. And so he has to calmly put down the metal basket back into the fryer, set down the basket of onion rings so he doesn't drop all the work he just did, and then go address his burn that has now, you know, scalded him like 2 extra seconds because he couldn't deal with it, you know, expeditiously. Oh, I felt so bad for him. We hurt ourselves all the time. It's just part of the job to be expected. That's not good. Where are we? I've not hurt myself as bad as burning hot oil, but I'm always leaving with cuts, bruises, and splinters. Oof. Not lovely. It's because I work as a fast food cook. Honestly, I spend most of my time washing dishes to avoid hurting myself so bad. Washing dishes is relatively safe, but I've also had broken glass while trying to wash dishes. I've had some scary incidents happen to me. Back away? Back away. It's not the safest job, but it is safer sometimes than line cooking. Less chance of burning yourself anyway. You get away from us. Thanks. We got no fucking idea why they wanted us to stay. Yeah, it doesn't make business sense. That's what's crazy to me. They were just losing money by us being open. Not bad at my job. Probably one of the better cooks in my branch. It's just that there's people younger than me who can work instead. Yeah. Sometimes that's what it is. They're younger. They'll work for less. They don't have the same financial requirements or debts that older people do. And how do you solve for that? The company is just trying to save on money, right? I did that at Target, and I don't know, is that Hy-Vee? Oh, we need to do a trade out of this tether. Boop. Somebody else take it? Oh, yeah. These folks know what's up. Look at us all go. Doing the thing. Trading the tether. Share the load, Mr. Frodo. Target, we got a new manager and he pinned everything that went wrong on me. I had that happen once. We missed an inspection. You know, like a government regulatory type of inspection. And the manager had made a choice that caused us to fail this inspection. And then she blamed me for trivial things that she said I could have done, which were not part of my job description, so that she could avoid the big reason why we failed, which was her bad policy. I will never forget that, Rachel. I will never forgive you for that. Whoa, it's over here, guys. It's over here. This is the thing. This is what we must kill. Kill the thing. Oh, did we kill the guy? Never mind. We killed the boss. I didn't realize he was so low. So low I can't hear him. No, I could still hear him. After Black Friday, I just dipped. Don't blame me one bit. Although, I mean, I earlier said I could never have done that, but I still wouldn't blame you. Pulled me aside and told me I was the worst employee he's ever seen in all of his management career. Damn. So I said, cool, guess I'll never see you again then. Went to my direct manager, said I wouldn't show up anymore. New manager is why. Smart. I wasn't the first one who left over the manager. I wasn't the last. That's awesome. I hope that made that DM second guess their hiring policies. Hy-Vee put up with a lot of shit, like one of my coworkers threatening to stab me if I didn't get out of her way. What the fuck? Where do you live again? It's fucking brutal. Jeez. Not that it has to be like where you live means somebody will treat you a certain way, but crazy. Thing that finally broke me, though, was our department manager telling me and the other close to just leave a catering order for the morning. We got half done and we're 3 hours late on leaving already. Jeez. He's told us to go home. Wow. I mean, I've had some crazy... I used to be a closer at one of my jobs, and I've had some crazy shit pushed on me from management. It usually involved, and this is probably, if anybody's ever had to close a store anywhere, it usually involves something of the nature of the manager asks you to leave the openers a perfect close and also get out on time to save labor. And then you say, or I said in this particular job's instance, if I were to fail at one, i.e., we're running out of time, do you want me to send our employees home? Like I was, mid-manager for this particular job, so I had some control of when the people get home. Do you want me to send people home so that you save on labor? Or do you want me to spend your labor and make sure those openers get a perfect open? Or the perfect close, right? And this manager said, I want both every time. She would not accept that. I just wanted to understand the policy of what do we sacrifice when things are awry? She said nothing, ever. Never sacrifice anything fucking ever. I need you to send everybody home on time and give a perfect close every time. I was like, yeah, fuck you too. Oh shit. I have to pay a lot of attention here. And then we'll catch up on chat. Whoa. Whoa. This is every boss from this expansion's alliance raids all at the same time. The big one is this guy with the burning hand. You cannot be by his burning hand. Oh, that hurts. If you're by his burning hand, you die. That's just it. It's just an instant death. A lot of the other ones, like, they hurt, but they don't kill. This guy with the two sides, the burning hand kills, period. Do, 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 do. I woke up the next day to a message from our assistant manager saying that jobs are not optional. Do it or else he'll find someone who will. Wow. I texted the closer who was with me. We both went in and submitted our 2 weeks right then and there. Nice. Apparently the department manager heard before we even got in because the assistant manager saw us both walk into the back and just stood there looking like a deer in the headlights. Came back a few minutes later and the coworker asked us if that was our 2 weeks. You already gave me a self-care that I can't do yet. That's 2 self-cares now. I have 2 self-cares I have in backlog that I have to wait until this raid is done to do. And I haven't caught up with chat. Cut me some slack. I can only care for myself so much mid-raid. I'm just kidding. I love your faces. Thanks for trying to love on me as best as you can. The ways that my stream allows you to. I should have... No, that would cost money. It's like I should have a redemption that makes you buy me stuff and DoorDash it to me. Or Uber Eats. Then I realized that costs people money. I don't like asking for money that way. Do you have anything else to attack, or is this just a heal check? Just a heal check, right? Yeah. We came back out a few minutes later. Coworker asked us if that was our 2 weeks, and we said, yep, and walked out. See, that's what I wish I had. That financial freedom, just be able to say, you know what? Fuck this job. I am absolutely leaving today. That's it. I will not stay. I will not stand for this slight on me. But I've never had your freedom to be able to do that. Because then I'd be like, well, all right. I guess my begging game better be strong because now I will live on the streets. And that fear of being living out of my car or on the streets kept me in line for many bad jobs with many bad coworkers and bosses. Eastward march. Okay, then. Whoa! What about this one? Oh no, that's not good. Here? Here should be safe. I don't have a lot of responsibility as a dancer, but I do have to at least pay attention to my cooldowns. As long as everything's on cooldown and I'm not... Oh, something killed a lot of us in one big go. Oh, most of us. Two full alliances, -1, which would be 15 people all died in one fell swoop. Actually 16, because there's one from Alliance A too. Okay, well this is probably a wipe right here, unless Alliance A can really fucking recover. Because they got a lot of recovery to do right now, buddies. And their tank is... Oh, their tank's alive. Oh, because it's a warrior. The warrior can just solo Ultima while the healers get all the other folks back up. Sure, that's how this game plays now. I'm just kidding. Sort of. Both of those, I didn't have a backup plan, but I was also in school for both of them, so I was just focused on picking up more classes with my spare time. Good. That's awesome. That's really cool. The nap was actually just like the cake, and I am sad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. And I'm sorry that that's how you came back. I once sliced down my palm with a metal pot. Yeesh. That sounds awful. That shit sucked a little. Yeah. Fucked up a coworker's hand, accidentally dug into his hand with a bread knife. Ow. What the heck? That's gotta suck in a way that hurts even more because you're responsible for somebody else. You hurt someone else. When you hurt yourself, it's bad. When you hurt someone else, it's worse. I tried to pull away before he grabbed it. He didn't get away before he grabbed it. Oh, it didn't get away before he grabbed it. It did get away after he grabbed it. So you like sliced him. Yikes. Many stitches later, we both agreed upon a cover story and never told anyone at work what actually happened. You have a lot of colorful employment stories, Lycos. I've missed you in my streams. Well, Alliance B is coming back up. Looks like Alliance C is slow on the uptake, but eventually... Oh no! Alliance B's healers both died just from the what are those things called? The cross? The orthogonal? Those are usually pretty easy to dodge if you know what you're looking for. I cannot believe that we're having such a struggle bus with this one boss. I've never seen this kind of, this level of recovery struggles that haven't turned into a wipe. Either this would wipe people or you're all back alive again and doing fine. But we're having this really weird where Alliance A is doing fine and B and C are just total shit, right? He blames himself completely. I blame myself completely. Wow. We both stayed good friends, have no animosity about it, but both feel super fucking embarrassed about it. Outside of my inconsistent hours, I have no complaints about my job. Kind of sucks. I get blamed for like 90% of the problems in the kitchen when I'm on shift, but I resolve that by making sure there are no problems. That sounds stressful. To just try to live an experience where you never make mistakes at work so that people can't complain about you. That sucks. That sucks. Sorry, D, we need to catch up on chat and have a perfect raid every time. You know what? I can catch up on chat. I can finish this raid. It's not going to be perfect, but I can't do the self-care. Wait, do we have two of these? I've never seen this this phase happen twice. Of course, you usually kill this boss a lot faster than this. I have a res. I don't want to res during this phase because this phase is brutal. I want them to get out of this phase and then we'll accept the res. I have 35 more seconds for them to close off this shitty this mini game. And then I promise I'll res. 25 more seconds. Get us out of this phase. Get us out of this phase, please. Oh, somebody else tried to res me. They really want to res me before all the other people in the party? Nobody else has a res right now. There it goes. It's done. Now I can res. Now I can... Oh, she's dead. I feel bad. Woo, great. Hustle, I'll say. Something like that. I do. I really do, bro. You need to jam out in my stream sometime and I can share these easier instead of needing to type everything. Yeah, if I can just hear you talk it out. But then, you know, how do I watch your streams? It can be tricky for me to get the timing right. Oftentimes, if I'm not live streaming, I do have to be a parent. Or I work one of my insane number of jobs that I'm currently doing that's not content creation. I wear a lot of hats right now to try to make ends meet and figure something out. And one thing that I heard a recently successful content creator say was make sure you have some savings and then try to do content creation full time. So I'm trying to work really hard right now while I still have some gumption left in me. If I get too much older, I'll start to, lose gumption, because they say, I don't know, the older you get, the harder it is to stay in that grind mindset. You just want to be comfy and relax at some point, right? We all do at some point. So I'm trying to grind right now, get to a point where I could maybe do content creation full time for a little bit off of savings alone, and see if I could grow it significantly. I've done some stuff in Envy in the goals section. So if you want to see some of the math involved, it looks daunting, but I have confidence in myself. I do. Or just hang out in Discord. That would be cool. That'd be easier for me a lot of times. A's healers are really bad. Honestly, the fact that they couldn't do raid healing shows that, like, while good, they're not great. I generally, when I do heals for a raid, I'm healing the raid, not just my own group. That's just me. That's because I used to raid heal in World of Warcraft as well. The fact they needed 2 people to keep their own party up and couldn't start picking up others for a long time is them being awful. I agree. This fight was trivial to solo heal on release. Honestly, it's not that bad. There's some gotchas, but they don't kill you. Nothing in this fight kills you except for that one phase where you're running through the gauntlet with the angels dropping the bombs. If you get hit by a bomb there, you die. If you get hit by one of the time bombs, you could die depending on your health. So that part's rough, but the other part's not so rough. I need to get better at Final Fantasy, but I've not done anything in a while. What do you mean? Like, what are you trying to get better at? Oh, because of Warframe. Warframe Brain Rot got me too bad. Just disinterested in 14 now. The world/lore still interests me, but the gameplay is so boring. I think the gameplay is fine, but it's not holding me. The problem is that because I played so many expansions, like right now, I'm sitting on 517 heliometry. I'm not going and buying something right now, even though I could, because this is all going to be the shit tier tombstone very soon, right? There's going to be a new tombstone. This one's going to be bunk. And then am I going to want to grind for the new tombstone and get my 450 each week? Probably not, because that one's going to go passe too, and another few expansions. The stuff that I miss out on for not grinding the highest level tombstone isn't that big of a deal to me. I don't need to see that content fresh on release so much. Some of our free company does like to stay up on that all the time, but this is what they do as their pastime. You get off of work, you have some time with a significant other, perhaps, or a hobby of your own, and then the rest of your time, maybe you play Final Fantasy 14, and you grind your tombstones and you get your high-end gear, and that's what they do. I play a lot of other games. I have a lot of social connectivities that I, like to maintain, and I'm trying to grow this business and another business that I don't talk about on stream, and there's a lot of things going on in my life, and getting to high-end whatever the next tombstone is after this one will probably not take priority, especially because I know after that tombstone, there'll be another one. It's Sisyphean to be so focused on all that stuff. Everybody passed on the gear. They all just wanted, something else? Interesting. Well, that's the end of my stream. You also didn't play as much as I did. What's your game time? How do you check that? Is it /played? I forget. It's not that one. What is it in this playtime? I played a lot of these games. I saved. Oh, it's /playtime. 175 days, 18 hours, 54 minutes. I'm sure you played a lot more than I have. I get wanderlust. I like to bounce between games, and if my friends leave to go do something else for a while. I do too. Like me, our guild leader, Oz and Nico, all played Back for Blood ravenously when that game came out, all the way into the highest difficulty setting for a while. We weren't doing a lot of Final Fantasy at that time. We played heavy into Sea of Thieves. We got into the Pirates of the Caribbean expansion content and trying to get, you know, as many cool things for the given season that we were in for a while. We played Green Hell until we were building crazy complex bases in the Amazon. On my Minecraft server, on Enshrouded, we were building a megalopolis project. We keep starting and stopping big, long-form endeavors. And so it's never just been Final Fantasy. It's always been something else, and then something else, and then something else. And it's never always like the newest blockbuster game that we jump from and, you know, to the next one, to the next one. We just find games that we really like, and we dive into that one. For 60 days, so you have maybe more than double my game time, not quite triple, but that's a lot. That's a damn lot. I'm only at 2,500 hours. How many days is that? I don't want to do the math. I had 10K hours at the end of Shadowbringers, so 2021. Started in 2015. Oh, I also started way later than you. Yeah. I started in Shadowbringers. I started when Shadowbringers was endgame. And I think it was right at sort of near the end of Shadowbringers that I picked up the game. Yeah. That's a lot. That's crazy. Tell you what, I hate to be this sort of person, but because I've drunk all the water in my glass and I'm also at the end of my stream, I promise you I'll do those self-cares, but I'm going to do them off stream because I'd rather prioritize cutting stream, getting to sleep, having a productive day tomorrow. Oz has one of her market days for selling her jewelry for Blood Moon Menagerie. And those are always logistically a lot. They're tiring, hard days for all of us. So I want to make sure that I have the best day possible. So I'll quit stream ASAP, have as much sleep as I can, and make sure that tomorrow we're all a success and have a good time. So let me cut and run now. In 2190 days of time overall since I started to when I soft quit. Wow. So a fifth of your time? Is that right, roughly? That's crazy. That's a lot. Although, when I was playing EverQuest 1, I think I was devoting that much time. When I was playing Dark Ages of Camelot, I backed off. City of Heroes, I backed back on again. EverQuest 2, backed off. Backed off. World of Warcraft, I backed on again. And then I quit MMOs for a while. I played other MMOs during that time, though, too. Like, don't get me wrong. There were plenty of other MMOs here and there. I played bits and pieces of some. I played, FF11, Ion Online, Rift, Warhammer Online, a whole bevy of other MMOs, too. But those were the long-form ones. And World of Warcraft was a bad addiction. EverQuest 1 was an addiction. World of Warcraft was a bad addiction. Like the kind where if I was an older person, I could have lost custody of my kids and gotten divorced and all that kind of, because of what I was doing in the game. And I actually met people who I used to play MMOs with who ruined their lives because of their addiction to the game. I knew a guy who we talked with him and he said he was playing in the back shed of his property. And we were like, what are you doing in a shed? And he's like, oh, my wife won't let me into the house anymore because of how much EverQuest I play. Like, how did you get a computer set up in your shed? And he's like, well, You know, got to do what you got to do to be on EverQuest. Damn. And then I almost became that guy later on. But I'm better now. Much better now. Yeah. I don't like the gameplay too much now. Honestly, that was me with 14. This one has never held me that much. Not that much. Although, I was, at the beginning, spending more time than I should have. That's for sure. Spent a lot of time. But that's also, here's the other thing. And I would never say this is a realistic experience, but I would not have my current job or the job previous to this one if it weren't for my addiction to Final Fantasy XIV, because I got into 14 because of Nico Crushing's brother twisting my arm over the course of a long amount of time before I finally acquiesced, because I was worried I was going to get addicted to another MMO. And then I started to get addicted to this one, met and became good friends with Nico, and Nico got me that job. The one previous to the current one, which turned into the one that I have right now. So we would not have money right now in our wallets, or that one bit of emergency fund, or the ability to feed our kids, or the ability to even have kids, really. The ability to decide to procreate, had it not been for meeting Nico in Final Fantasy XIV. I owe a lot to that guy. I'm friends with him for other reasons, not because I feel like I owe it, but I still owe a lot to him. I appreciate him for everything he's done to change our lives. Yeah. Nico is the best old man. He is. He is a good old man. All right. I got to bounce. If you are on Trovo, Kick, and YouTube, I'm saying goodnight to you now. Instagram feed already died an hour ago, so goodnight to those folks. Twitch is going into ads. So if you're on one of those other streams that's getting killed right now, then I'm saying goodnight to you now, and I will say hello again to you in less than 24 hours when we go back to Mother 3. I felt like last stream might have been the end of the game, and it wasn't. But I'm feeling like we're close to the end of the game. So it's either going to be this stream or the next one, or we got to be getting close. The tension is ramping up. So I'm really excited to see how this story plays out. You have your main character who has a twin that we haven't seen in a long time. We have this new weird boss kid that I don't understand why he got injected in the story. It was kind of like a late reveal. So that was kind of weird. We just beat one of the meanest characters in the game recently. It's a weird and wacky game. It's really interesting. So you should come and check it out. That's going to happen less than 24 hours. Check my stream schedule. Go cyberstalk me to figure out when that's happening. If you're safe, fed, and loved, please make sure someone else is too. I will see you all very soon. Twitch, hang on, because we're going to go find somebody to raid.